I'll wait 1 second. Because I have more patience than he does. Are you here, sir?
I am here.
Okay, I wanna be polite. Just hit the gavel. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, please.
President Christy Dawson,
Present.
Vice President Dr. Frank Guiveara III,
Present.
Trustee John Paff,
Here.
Trustee Brian Swanson,
Here.
Trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Here.
Okay, and a student representative, I don't know if you're in the audience tonight or not. Gabriela Gaiona. Not hearing her.
We come to.
First thing this evening, please, I'd like to have an adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Well, I second. Frank, we're going to be doing that a lot tonight.
The adoption is moved on by Dr. Frank Rivera and seconded by Trustee Paff.
Do you have any changes, Ralph, before we?
There are no changes to the agenda this evening.
Thank you. We are going to now adjourn into closed session where we will,
Do we need to vote on that?
oh, I'm
And-
so sorry.
And you're going to need to do a roll call vote this evening
vote for
for all
everything.
items, even if it's not indicated on the agenda,
Okay,
as we have
thank you.
2 trustees who are on remote. So you'll need to ask for a roll call vote on all those items.
On everything?
Yes.
Okay. So right now, we're voting on, what are we voting on?
On
now?
the agenda.
On the agenda, please, the adoption of the agenda. Any discussion on that? Seeing none,
None.
Okay,
do I have a motion?
you
Did
already
we
did.
just did that?
Yep.
Roll call,
I already
please.
did.
Go ahead. It's fine.
Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Christy Dawson,
Yes.
Trustee Frank Rivera,
Aye.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
Trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
Okay, next we'll move on to closed session, please. I can't see, I'm so sorry. I'm having troubles. Okay. The Board of Education will meet in closed session to consider matters appropriate for closed session in accordance with Education and Government Code. Tonight, we'll be discussing negotiations with collective bargaining session planning and preparation with PGTA for the 21-22 school year, Government Code 3549. Should I read the entire thing? No. We will also be doing negotiations with collective bargaining and planning with preparation for CESA for this school year. And we will also be discussing a public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint. Or is there any public comment on closed session topics?
Seeing none.
Seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session.
Thank you, Chris.
Like to report out on what happened in closed session. We talked about negotiations with the collective bargaining session planning and preparation for PGTA for the coming year. This year, we also did the same for CSEA. There was also a matter of public employee discipline, and that was handled as well. I'd like to move forward now to Pledge of Allegiance. So if you could rise, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll go ahead now and start, please, on written communications. And we received information regarding over the vacation about COVID concerns and the possibility of actually starting school a little later. There's also been communication regarding masks, and there was another additional communication about crossing guard necessity in the neighborhood. Is there anything else?
I've received a communication, just an update on the Robotics Club and what they have coming up. I'll speak more to that during board member comments.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, and
Anything else?
I have a couple, Christy, but I was just gonna do them during my board comments. I can do them now if you prefer.
Oh, go ahead now.
Okay, written communications, I had a survey request sent to me. I had an email about CTE JPA participation, COVID testing for kids returning to school, secure campus event feedback. It was from teachers, what can be done better, what worked, our last secure campus event, and a parent regarding the ill effects of white supremacy on students, staff, and community members. And that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go to board member comments. Can we start with you, trustee Paff?
Sure. Just two things. One, it was interesting to listen to the governor. One of the things about what he said is mostly applies, and CSBA followed this up almost immediately. The president of CSBA said, oh yes, this is we really want to put any new good money into LCFF, which is not particularly good for basic aid districts. And CSBA followed up with a seminar immediately following, which was interesting. And frankly, if anybody, I think I have the view graphs from it, the presentation. If anybody would like it, let me know. Other than that, I appreciate the teachers being back and diligently working amidst the mess that is COVID right now. So thank you very, very much. So, and the rest of the staff as well. I mean, everybody who's here every day. So thanks.
Frank?
Happy New Year. Although, as we were just talking a moment ago, it's funny to say that because we in this room know that the new year really is in August. Anyways, I wanted to speak more to, I did get a couple emails from the Robotics Club, and they have a competition coming up this semester. And if they allow spectators, I encourage as many people to go as possible to support that group. They actually have to build a robot that flings this giant tennis ball into a basket, a lower basket and then an upper basket, and then roll over and climb across monkey bars that are elevated. So it's climbing up. I got some videos, if if anyone would like to see them, I'd love to pass them on to Ralph so they can pass it on
Yeah,
to you
we'd
guys.
like to.
It's really cool. You'll be really impressed. So thank you to the Robotics Club for keeping me informed, keeping us informed on what's going on. You definitely have our support. And the teachers, thank you again for showing up. Love seeing you guys. The chance we are on the same team, and we recognize that. And I'm so grateful for you showing up to work every day in this Omicron surge, putting yourself on the front line for our children. It means so much to us. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Trustee Carolyn?
Thank you, President Dawson. I have a couple things. First of all, to the teachers, I want to acknowledge your peaceful protest and just say out loud that I respect your concerns. The second on my list is talk a little bit about pooled testing, and I'll talk a little bit more about this during our COVID-19 update, but for any parents who are on at the beginning of this, there seems to have been a confusion about how to sign up for that or signing up for that to give consent for your child. And so please, if you think you've signed up, ask your child and make sure, because I think there's kind of a disconnect there for the first consent that was signed for just rapid testing at school versus the second, which is through the state contractor Concentric. And so pooled testing is fabulous. It's a PCR test that happens and the results come back very quickly, which is really rare right now. So that's what I wanted to say about that. And then I was reading about our own staffing shortages in the Herald. And I was wondering, well, I was reading the executive order from Governor Newsom regarding temporary staffing flexibility. So I think that might be something, if we're not already going to talk about that during our COVID update, that we might want to add to a future agenda, because I do believe we have to do some findings in writing to be able to qualify for that. And let's see, safety blinds at Forest Grove. I'm just going to keep asking about that and hoping for updates and hoping to hear that it's been completed. So maybe in further staff comments, we can hear about if that's been taken care of. And lastly, kind of on a more positive note, I attended the PG High School open house virtually, and Shane Steinbach, Principal Steinbach, and Principal Lito Garcia, and the staff at the high school. I'll be honest, I started watching that. I was cooking dinner. I was kind of doing a bunch of things. It's really geared towards rising ninth graders, but as a board member, I wanted to kind of hear about it. It was so engaging that I stopped making dinner and just sat and watched the entire thing. It was maybe 90 minutes or 2 hours long. I thought it was fantastically done. So thank you to the high school for being so engaging, so passionate about the work that you guys are doing. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Trustee Brian?
A few things. I want to echo what Trustee Carolyn had said about the open house. I thought that was really, really impressive. Just the number. Well, everybody had a really great presentation, and the turnout was fantastic. And there was a lot to digest. I think it did go to about 2 hours, but I watched the entire thing, and I just wanted to thank everyone who gave so much to that. So thank you for that. Sorry I'm not here in person tonight. I have a lot of travel coming up out of state right now. And so I'm just trying to be a little bit more careful and witnessing what I've witnessed in the last couple of weeks as it relates to my own business and the number of band members that are getting sick. It's been impactful in a really, really big way. It feels in some ways like we're at the beginning of this whole thing again in a different way, a different permutation, but it's been huge the way it's hit the entertainment industry. And lastly, I want to know why I'm not getting these robotics emails that everybody.
Yeah, what the heck?
About.
Frank's got the inside connection or something here.
I'll check.
He's the new guy.
I'm going to check my spam filter, but I'm guessing that the people in the robotics world know how to write an email that gets past the junk mail filter, but I'll check just to be sure. So that's all. It's nice to see everybody here and a big turnout again tonight. Let's all be careful out there.
Thank you very much. I wanted to take a moment and thank Director Martinez. I visited last week over at Adult Ed and got to hear updates from her about what's going on over there, concerns and things that they're doing well, things they're excited about, and how they're coping with just education in general. So that was very helpful. And finally, I want to sum up too, because I know being on the board, when I meet people, it's shocking how many times people will go, "Ooh, you're on a school board. Wow, what's that like?" And I'm just, I'm so delighted that the community that we represent, there have been times over the last year or so that are a little tough, I would say, but I just so respect and am so thankful for being a part of this district and this community. And I think times have been absolutely trying for going on a couple of years. And I'm very impressed with how we have handled it overall. And I just want to say thank you for that. Okay, we will now proceed to Superintendent Report, please, Dr. Porras.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a couple items to defer to the agenda for tonight. I also want to just be sure to thank the entire staff, teachers, our classified, our management, all volunteers, really just for the efforts right before the winter break and then coming back after the winter break. Just a smooth transition that took place amidst a lot of confusion and a lot of concern. I think again, appreciate a lot of our classified staff and our certificate who came on the day before school started to deliver the self-tests, the rapid tests to all of our families who wanted to come and pick up their free kit. Had a lot of participation there, which was wonderful to see. And I think the parents' participation, the families' participation in using those kits were very helpful for us. I think a lot of parents caught early indications and then did not send their students, which I think helped us in the long run in helping keep our schools safe. The staff just did a tremendous job of welcoming our students back and making a safe environment for students. Just, it was really wonderful to see that happening. And I received a lot of compliments from the parents and community members that noticed that as well. So very thankful to everyone for that. I also just want to make a particular comment to laud the efforts of Nurse Powley. She will be doing the COVID update this evening for us, just because a lot has been happening. And indeed, it's just a little confusing sometimes to watch what's going on with the guidance. And if you reflect back when we first fell into COVID back in that fateful March time, the guidances were coming fast and furious, and they were changing rapidly, and we were just struggling to keep up. And we saw shades of that happening again, just as this new year was picking up for us. And Nurse Powley stuck with it, really tried to dig in deep to figure out what we could do, what we needed to do. And so we're going to be working on the COVID safety plan to adjust it to the new guidelines. So please stay patient with us as we make sure we're putting the correct information out. But her efforts have been tremendous, and all the folks that are supporting her. So I want to thank her in particular for the work that she's doing. And last but not least, I do want to mention to the board, I will be out of the district next week for the annual Superintendent Symposium. We've got about 700 superintendents in the state that are registered, so it's a good showing. I have the honor of presenting the new superintendent's workshop for 2.5 days again, as I've done in the past. So looking forward to those efforts, and we'll make sure that everything is also taken care of here at home while I'm gone. So I'll defer the rest for the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And now it's time for PGUSD staff comments on non-agenda items, please.
Greetings, trustees and member of the public. Roadman, I'm the principal of Forest Grove. Turn on the microphone so that you can hear what I'm saying.
Good
I'm
start.
Buck Rogeman, principal of Forest Grove, and I just want to let the trustees and the public know that our school took the very first step on a really important journey that we're going to embark on along with the rest of the district this year, and that was we had Dr. Roberto Nunez come to our school and lead our teachers during our Thursday collaboration time in a cultural proficiency introduction. I think is probably the best way to put it. And I think that the most encouraging sign was that he could feel the enthusiasm and the desire of our staff to do this important work. So I just want to let you know that that had occurred at our Thursday meeting this afternoon. And also we held a check-in with the principal recently, and we had close to 50 people in attendance. And with the school population of around 420 people, we are still getting more than 10% of our families at these check-ins. And so I just publicly wanted to thank any of our families that had showed up at that principal check-in to just thank them for showing up, asking the great questions about the COVID safety at Forest Grove, and also some of the programs that we have going on. So if there's something good that we've learned in the last couple of years, it's that this kind of a format that is remote in nature does open up the opportunity for many more parents to come to school events and learn about what's going on at their schools. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have another one virtually, please. Sean Roach, please.
Good evening, everyone. Sean Roach, proud principal of Pacific Grove Middle School, and I've got a couple of pretty fun updates for this evening. First of all, our staff had a discussion today, and I know the board obviously reads the Foghorn every weekend. I know it's a very enjoyable read. There was a study therein that kind of was maybe a little bit difficult to understand, but what we did was fleshed it out today. So we had a staff discussion on how we learn, how we've learned in the past, how we learn currently, and how that learning, that lens through which we learn is affecting our teaching. And so it was really kind of a reflective piece. And we had teachers kind of put their learning styles all the way around, and everybody kind of took a look and saw how everybody learns and then began to reflect on how they teach. This is a very important part of how we're going to reach all kids in all modalities. The second thing is very exciting as well. I just learned from the Monterey County Office of Ed that we are one of 3 schools in Monterey County to be awarded the Hope Sel Grant. And what that grant provides is $22,000 a year for 3 years. And what it is looking for, and it's kind of nebulous right now. It started in Sacramento, but it's really kind of wide open, looking how we can support students and addressing stress and anxiety. What kind of programs can we put in? What kind of professional development for our teachers that we can do so that we can better reach these students during obviously a very troubling time. So we're really excited about that. We look forward to working with the county office. And I believe we are going to go to a state conference and share our findings so that all schools in the area can help. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful news about the grant. We have another one, please. 3 more. Barbara Martinez, please.
Hi, everybody. Coming to you tonight as your district safety director. I too have received some letters regarding our safety protocols and our direct responses to crisis on campus. We responded to those letters, and as a result of the findings of the survey, it was determined that we need some training. So the 24th of next month, we will be receiving additional Big 5 training for our site administrators so that they can take back those protocols to their sites and instruct their staff of those changes. Some really big changes coming away in the way that we teach elementary school children response to crisis on campus. So look forward to having that training and getting that information out to our teachers. That's all.
Thank you very much. Erica Chavez, please.
Hi, Erica Chavez, a teacher at Robert Down. And I just want to say happy 100th day of school to everybody. We made it. We have 80 days left. And also extend a very heartfelt thank you to Nurse Powley to kind of piggyback on what Dr. Porras was saying and point out that if Nurse Powley only worked her contract hours, which there's no way our district would be afloat right now. So like Nurse Powley, lots of teachers are working above and beyond what they're getting paid for currently. And I just think that we should all keep that in mind so that we can compensate her and the rest of the bargaining units accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessica Grogan, please.
Hi, my name is Jessica Grogan. I'm an English teacher at the high school. And I'm speaking to you today to inform you of the stressful working conditions at the high school due to this COVID case surge that we're experiencing. As a high school teacher, I have roughly 120 students, so that's a lot of contacts to have during a pandemic. As the mother of a vaccinated 5-year-old and an unvaccinated 2-year-old, this is a stressful situation to be in. Any teacher that has children under 5 at home or high-risk loved ones at home are feeling the stress of this COVID surge, but do not have the luxury to work from home or in an office away from other people. Also at the high school, we have been extremely short-staffed since we came back from holiday break. Multiple teachers have been out for the past few weeks. There have been days when roughly 1/3 of the high school teaching staff has been out. Today, 7 teachers were out. There is a national sub shortage, which also affects our school district. This shortage creates a stressful situation for teachers and for site administration. Site administration has stepped up in a big way. Lito, Shane have all been subbing. Larry Hagquist has been subbing. Alex Morrison has been taking multiple classes into the library. So as a site, we are definitely all hands on deck. The district office likes to use the slogan, all hands on deck. And quite frankly, I am not feeling that the district office is on the same deck as we are. I would like to see credentialed district office staff step into sub or help out when needed at the actual sites. Now is not the time to be safely in your office away from the COVID ocean that teachers are drowning in right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. Gordon, please.
Hi, Corinne Gordon at also at the high school. And I just wanted to point out that I think there's a little bit of misleading information that's floating around in the Monterey Herald article that came out today. And then even, and Christy, in your remarks this evening about negotiations for a PGTA, that we are early in Ralph's comment was we are early in the negotiations process. And Christy, you mentioned that we are negotiating for the coming year, and that's not true. We are negotiating for the current year that we are already teaching, that we have been, teaching since August, the beginning of August. And this has kind of been a pattern that has been established, I think, by the district, that we are constantly negotiating for our previous year's salary that we push up till the end of the school year. And that really is not how we should be doing negotiations. I mean, we're basically providing the district an interest-free loan all year long because we are waiting until the end of the year to get our retroactive pay that we've already earned. So I just wanted to point that out. And again, I thank you for all of the wonderful words of encouragement and praise. And I appreciate all of the extra efforts that, as Jessica mentioned, that our site administration is putting in to support us. But we really would like to see you put your money where your mouth is and give us a real raise this year. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. And I did misspeak and I tried to correct it. So let us be very clear. The negotiations are absolutely for the 2021 through 2022 year. So thank you for pointing that out. Next, Sean Keller, please. Can we hear you, Sean? No, sorry, he says I can read his
Can you
lips.
hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, sorry, it took a while. Hi, good evening. Sean Keller, proud principal of Robert Down Elementary School. And I wanted to invite the public tomorrow night to Lucy's on Lighthouse, where our proud Robert Down PTA is hosting a dine out and takeout event. So please support the Robert Down PTA. And I would also like to throw out just a thank you to my staff and to Nurse Pally for everything that they're doing in response to our recent COVID surge. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any more comments? Okay, there are no more at this time. Next, we'll move on to individuals desiring to address the board. Public comment on any item of interest to the public that is within the board's jurisdiction will be heard. The board will also take public comment on each specific action item prior to board action on each item. The board will allow a reasonable amount of time for public comment on each agenda item, not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker and no more than 20 minutes per agenda item pursuant to board policy 9323. Speakers will be called sequentially until there are no speakers coming forward on the agenda item or the amount of time allocated for the agenda item has elapsed, whichever comes first. This meeting of the Board of Education is a business meeting of the board conducted in public. Please note that the Brown Act limits the board's ability to respond to public comment. The board may choose to direct items to the administration for action or place an item on future agenda. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to consent agenda. Oops, public, what did I just do? Public comment?
Public comment.
Oh, yeah, after I read that for an hour and a half. Okay, right here, we have a public and a comment.
You might have put yourself to sleep there.
Yeah, it's so thrilling. Thank you.
Beth Shamas. My only comment is on negotiations that the district used to do interest-based negotiations, and some of you probably know what that is and others don't. But it would be, I would advocate for training on that because it really does kind of give a very balanced method to negotiations. And especially when you think things are going well, but then you hit a bump. So I would advocate for that kind of training.
Thank you. Any other individuals? Do you see anyone? Okay. Now we'll move on to consent agenda. Are there any items that need to be pulled?
I have a question.
Okay, trustee Paff.
I want to be clear, Ralph, I just have the temporary paid timesheet aid employee current hourly rate is as a sub in this instance for Ms. Croft. Is that correct? Thank you.
Any other questions, Frank? None? Trustee Pat, I'm sorry, trustee Brian
No questions on consent. Thank you.
and trustee Carolyn?
Yeah, I'd like to pull D, contract for services with purpose-driven investments.
Okay, and I'm okay with this, so we'll pull item D, please. And can we move forward then?
I'm going to move to approve consent with the pulling of item D.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so the consent agenda is approved with the pulling out of item D, and that was put forward by trustee.
You need a vote.
Need to do a roll call vote, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing so well tonight. I hope I'm not being graded. I know this is an educational thing. Okay,
You can repeat the who made the motion and who.
that's what
made
I
the
was
second.
trying to do. Should I do that now or?
And then we can take. a roll
All
call.
righty then, maybe I was going to get to that. Okay, so with pulling item D, and it was moved on by trustee Swanson and seconded by Dr. Rivera. And now we will have a roll call vote.
Trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Rivera,
Aye.
trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
Okay, so now we'll look at item D, and that's on page 20 in our agenda.
Okay.
So trustee Carolyn? Your concerns?
Thank you, President Dawson. I have a couple questions about it. I was a little uncomfortable that it was placed on consent because it's not routine and it's not something that we've discussed before. It's like a motivational speaker for the high school. So just procedurally, I would have liked to see it out in the open and not on the consent agenda. But as far as my questions for it, I was thumbing through, and it looks like this is paid for by site funds. And I guess I'm kind of curious why. Well, so, you know, for me to approve it, I'm putting my name on it. I don't know anything about this motivational speaker. I'm trusting that Principal Garcia has vetted them in some way. I tried Googling to get more of a picture of what would be happening at the event. And there was one part of it that I was curious if you could speak to. In the motivational speakers contract, it says that there will be a man up breakout session targeting men and what it means to be a man. And I looked online to try to kind of figure out what this gentleman's take on what being a man was, and I couldn't really find it. So I'm a little hesitant to put my name on approving this on this item.
So to your bigger question, have I vetted this individual? The answer is yes. I would not have brought this forward had I not met with him and done research prior to meeting with him. In fact, I had 2 students join me because I wanted to see how Mr. Gray interacted with youth, and it was very positive. He's a very engaging person who has done school presentations across the nation for some time. In regards to the title about men, Mr. Gray takes time to work with youth, male youth, and to ensure that they are being upstanding individuals, that they are doing the right thing in how they present themselves, how they interact with others. This is something that I am looking for across my school, not just targeting males or females. I've asked Mr. Gray to come to our school and also to, we'll also be bringing him over to community high school as well to talk about culture. I want somebody to come in and reinforce that the culture at PG High, the culture at community high is one where every student knows that they belong. Not that they feel that they belong, but that they know that they belong. And so we're going to take an opportunity to speak to each grade level, and then we will have breakout groups. Whether or not we go the route of the particular session that you outlined, Trustee Carolyn, that has yet to be determined. I'm going to be meeting with Mr. Gray this this Tuesday to talk about logistics. But one of an additional item of why I was excited to bring him on board is that he wants to talk to small groups of kids. This isn't somebody who's just going to come in and talk to 575 kids at once. We're going to break it out into small groups, have opportunities for students to interact with him, ask questions. This, I believe, is something that our school needs, and sometimes having an individual from the outside come in creates a new dynamic, and my hope is that we will be reaching even more students beyond our staff supporting the idea of culture, and again, a school where everyone knows that they belong.
Thank you, Principal Garcia. So for Mr. Gary and for other motivational speakers, this is more of a procedural question or policy question for Ralph. Is that something that we typically have come through packets at all? I'm asking because I'm wondering do we have policy guiding this, or only some motivational speakers coming through us? Personally, I would like for the sites to be deciding this and kind of having it be done at the site level versus the school board level. So, so I'm curious about that.
Well, go ahead.
I mean, we've routinely had it, but it's a contract that we are actually paying somebody, so it has to come to the school board. Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Trustee Paff is correct. This involves a
money.
contract. All contracts are approved by the board.
Even if
and
it's
so
site funds?
It is. It's
Yes,
still a
sure.
contract. It's just depending on where the funding is coming from. And we have typically put contracts for motivational speakers in consent for as long as I can remember. We can certainly change that, but we've usually had it in there and relied on folks to read it through. And if there's a concern, we can certainly pull it. But it is determined by sites. They do make the decision, they do the vetting, and then they present the contract for board consideration.
Last year's the first time I don't recollect the high school having one, but even last year, I think the middle school, I think Sean had a virtual speaker.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of a standard practice that you guys bring this forward, put it on consent, even though technically it doesn't match the consent definition, but it's just kind of the standard of practice, it sounds like.
Correct. That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
Well,
Thank
and I
you.
want to concur that I think it's important that we trust our administrators to know what they're needing at their sites. It's them that see the culture every day and can make judgments as far as what might improve our school and enhance this experience for our kids. So I think it's nice to know about, and I'm trusting the schools that they are, as Dr. Poor said, vetting the individuals and making good use of their monies. So thank you for sharing that. It sounds, reading through the takeaways, it sounds extremely positive, and I hope it's wonderful. I really like it as well that you're getting like increased bang for your buck by not only the high school, but the community high school, because that's going to allow those kids to partake in some very interesting culture building experiences. So thank
Absolutely.
you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Can we, any other questions or comments regarding this?
Song
Okay.
has her hand up. Song has her hand up.
Thank you.
Oh, Song, thank you.
Thank you, President. Just wanted to reiterate that, like Dr. Flores said, all contracts must be board approved, either consent or action. It's in board policy and it's true legal as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Song. And so there isn't is there a dollar amount that they don't need to come through us?
No, not per board policy because the liability issue.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, good to know.
No, it's why we get things that are $250 sometimes in consent, just because you have to do it.
Yeah, because the contract.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that clarification, everybody. Do I hear a motion?
Any public comment?
Any other public, pardon? Do we need public comment on this? Is there additional? Okay. Jennifer McNary, please.
Thank you. I want to say I had a question about this issue also in the packet. I appreciate Principal Garcia's comments because that's not really what was explained as what the speaker was going to do for the high school. And when we talk about culture, I think one of the things that's most important is building an inclusive environment. And a speaker who's going to speak to norms for men or manning up isn't one who's going to be inclusive of all students. I mean, the second we start to divide up kids or label them by gender is going to be problematic, especially our high school kids. So I love that we're, trying to motivate kids and create a positive school culture. Maybe there's a better way to do it that wouldn't leave children out or divide us by labels. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional public comment?
I have a board member comment.
A
When-
board member comment, please. I can't see you, but Trustee Swanson. There you are.
There we are. I appreciate Trustee Carolyn catching it. I do trust that everybody has done the proper vetting. I get it when something like that jumps out that, especially these, in the era that we're living where we're trying to pay more attention to the terminology that we use. I haven't done a deep dive on it. I'm going to take a deeper look. I'm still going to support the site council in their decision, and I don't want to take that away from them. I don't think a group is necessarily being excluded just because we've focused in on one particular term. So all that said, I just kind of wanted to get that out there that I'm still in favor of it. Just want us to be careful. And this was a little bit unusual, and I'm not sure it should have been on consent either, but I'm ready to go forward with it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on the board? Okay. So we're ready to move forward, please.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Rivera and a second from Trustee Paff. We'll take a vote now, please.
Trustee Dawson,
Aye.
Trustee Rivera,
Aye.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
Trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Hi.
Okay, it's carried with 5-0. Next, we'll move on to a public hearing. Do I gavel this? Is this? Oh, that was exciting. Okay. Presentation on the process to create trustee areas and public hearing regarding the content of trustee area maps. Dr.
Thank you.
Forrest.
Thank you, Madam President. We have two speakers which are here, and I think they're already ready to go, who will be presenting this item for this first public hearing. And I just want to make note, and I forgive me, Madam President, but did we make mention that two of our trustees are virtual this evening? Just want to make sure for the record that we did that.
I have not said it for the record, so thank you very much. 3 are present and Trustee Swanson's. I'm doing that in a plural. Both Carolyn and Brian are virtual tonight. I know Brian alluded to it in his comments for safety and health, and now it's noted.
Okay, thank you
And
so much.
I'll add that my agenda is posted and hanging on my daughter Daisy's bunk bed.
On the bunk bed. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, public hearing, please.
Jonathan, is that you starting us off?
I can start us off. This is Jeff Tilton from National Demographic
Thank you, Jeff.
Corporation. Good evening, everyone, again. This is the third public hearing with respect to moving Pacific Grove Unified School District to trustee areas. Right now, you're in an at-large election system, and we're going to a by trustee area to meet the California Voting Rights Act specification. With respect to the California Voting Rights Act, as it relates to the Federal Voting Rights Act, with California, it only relies on 2 of the Gingles tests when you're looking at meeting the law as it relates to the Federal Voting Rights Act. The impact of the California Voting Rights Act, as you can see, is those who have not switched to by trustee area or by district areas, district elections rather, have found that it's come at a huge cost. So no one has been successful in defending a lawsuit by staying at large. There have been settlements, but those settlements do not even take into consideration the amount of resources that the jurisdiction had to incur defending this process. So this process started back in August. We held 2 what we call pre-draft map hearings, and the intention there is to educate the public on the process and to solicit input on the communities in the entire district, but perhaps in particular proposed trustee areas. We do this by using census data, and typically the census data, the 2020 census data, would have been released in March, April of 2021. But as you know, what our current reality is, as we've been discussing earlier tonight with respect to the pandemic, the census data were actually released August 12th, which means absolutely nothing for us in California, because California then takes that data, takes those data and then adjusts it based on inmates in the California prison system, and based on where their previous jurisdiction was, they are essentially reassigned back to that jurisdiction. So it changes the census population data for jurisdictions throughout the state. Well, that didn't come out until the end of September. So while it might seem, oh well, but there are deadlines. And so in the state of California, we had counties and some large cities who had to complete this process, at least the redistricting process, I should say, by December 15th. And then cities have until April 17th of 2022. So we go through this process every 10 years. And that's how we form, in this case, trustee areas, by using census data. We will go through this again in 10 years following the 2030 census. So if you happen to be around, and perhaps this will be a great memory for you. So here we are tonight. We're going to look at some draft maps, and we're also going to touch on a little bit of what we call election sequencing. Hopefully tonight, the intention is to finish the public hearing with a focus on a particular map or a couple of maps, or they could be all 4, going forward to the February 10th meeting, where again, we'll go through this process with the hopes of selecting a final map as we move toward adoption. And we want to adopt by March 1st or February 28th, if at all possible. So how we follow this process is we must follow federal law. And the intention here is to create trustee areas, and in this case, there'll be 5 trustee areas of equal population. Difficult to do, and especially if you look at how we must use census blocks to get the equal population effort there in those 5 trustee areas. And not every census block is the same, especially in Pacific Grove Unified School District, and especially when you have jurisdictions that hug a coastline, if you will. The courts have allowed a 10% deviation with respect to that equal population. We'd like to stay well below that, but again, it's permissible. We're going to talk a little bit about deviation numbers as it relates to the draft maps that are before you tonight. We must follow Federal Voting Rights Act, and we do not want to dilute the voting strength of the protected class. We want no racial gerrymandering. Then we shift to California, and we want trustee areas that are geographically contiguous. We want to make sure that they're not broken apart, that we have a particular trustee area here and then a remainder of it somewhere else in the entire school district. We want to try to do our best to keep neighborhoods and what we call communities of interest together. And we want to have easily identifiable boundaries. They could be major roads or golf courses or parks or things like that. And we want our trustee areas to be compact. We don't want to have funny looking fingers and tentacles going from one trustee area into another. It just begs to get allegations of political gerrymandering. We shall not favor or discriminate against the political party in this process as we go through this. So again, I talked about, we'd like to get information on neighborhoods, communities of interest. When we started this process, we wanted to try to generate this information that would help inform us as we drew draft maps. So these are the draft maps from a 30,000 foot view. There are four before you. You can see that the colors they represent the proposed trustee areas. So the pink color is on these maps would be proposed trustee area 1, the blue or the aqua is trustee area 2, the green 3, the purple or violet is 4, and the tan would be 5. So you can see the various shades of where those particular areas might look like as you go forward through this process. I want to shift over to legal counsel, Barry Smith, who is going to talk a little bit about sequencing at this point.
Thank you, Jeff, for that introduction. So I just wanted to briefly touch on this decision that we're making. So we're holding this public hearing, well, first having a presentation and then having a public hearing to hear more what the board thinks, what the community thinks as to these maps. But another important part that we're considering, not just which map and which boundaries we're using to divide up Pacific Grove, but also the election sequencing. And this part could be is not as well known, so I just wanted to take a second to discuss it. So each of these 4 maps has a proposed sequencing, and sequencing just refers to the decision that the board needs to make as to which trustee areas are elected during which years. And I think it's helpful when thinking about this to frame it in the way of we're talking about the trustee areas, not specifically the trustees associated in each area. And so the good news here with the proposed sequencing that Jeff came up with is each of the maps has a proposed sequencing that is consistent with your board's current election system or current years when people are going to be elected. So in other words, with the 3 trustees that are currently up for election in 2022, each of these maps coincides with that. Likewise, the 2 trustees who are up for election in 2024, each of these maps proposes a sequencing consistent with that. So that's fortunately, that's when things are easy and straightforward and simple for everyone to understand. You might see that one of the maps, the teal map in the bottom, or actually, sorry, it's the silver map in the bottom left corner of this screen, has trustees Dawson and Rivera both located in the same trustee area 5. But this doesn't change what I mentioned earlier about the sequencing. The sequencing here is still consistent with how the board currently has 3 trustees up for election in 2022, and then 2 trustees up for election in 2024. Now, if there are additional questions about this, I'm happy to go into details afterward, but sequencing can be challenging or more confusing in scenarios where a 2022, like a trustee who's currently up for election in 2022 is put in a trustee area or is paired with a trustee that's up for election in 2024. Like you can imagine if in one of these maps, two trustees were paired, one trustee whose term is supposed to end in 2022 is paired with a trustee whose term is supposed to end in 2024. There's a little bit of a legal debate as to how that works. And so the state board has an advisory opinion that in short suggests that the trustee who term ends in 2022 would be ineligible to run since they're competing against a trustee who's already been elected to last until 2024. There's another legal interpretation that's counter to that, to where the 2022 trustee will be able to run, and then the 2024 trustee isn't necessarily in trustee areas yet until 2024, which would lead there to be basically two trustees living in the same area and a vacancy in another trustee area. Like I said, it can get a little bit confusing when we go into these hypotheticals. The good news is the proposed sequencing in all four of these maps avoids that problem entirely. And so I just wanted to preface the discussion on the maps with that. Not only are we looking toward figuring out what map we want to use moving forward, but also a proposed sequencing. So I'll pass it back on to Jeff, and if there are any questions about that, I'll be here after the presentation to try to clarify that.
Thanks, Jonathan. That was great. So here is what we call the green map. And here, no trustees are paired, as Jonathan was mentioning. The deviation on this particular map is pretty good at 4.04%. Again, these maps are created based on using census blocks with the attempt to get an equal population with the 5 trustee areas. If you look up to the kind of the northeast section, right where proposed trustee area 2, and then you'll see proposed trustee area 3, you'll see like this green finger going inside trustee area 2. That's non-negotiable. That's how the census block is formed right there, and that census block goes from where it starts on the left all the way down to the Stanford University Hopkins Marine Station. So you might ask, well, why does it look like that? It's because we have to follow census blocks when we do this. The orange map, a little tighter deviation of 1.12%. And hopefully the trustees have the draft maps with the corresponding demographic tables associated with those draft maps. The silver map, here's the one where in this proposed map where we'd have 2 trustees paired together and proposed trustee area 5, the deviation is 4.69%. And then finally, the teal map, where no trustees are paired in, we have a deviation of 4.92%. So again, the intention here is, following the public hearing and following board discussion, is there a direction you'd like to provide us going forward toward the next public hearing? Is there a focus map, a favored map? It could be one, like I said, and in this case you have 4. It's not that difficult to bring back 4 on the 4th public hearing. And that concludes my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. Okay, we will open now for board comments. Trustee Paff.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it. So I'm looking at copies, and I have it on my screen here as well. I guess I have 2 things. One is I'm a little disappointed that we didn't have a little more live time for general public. in trying to create these going in, and I recognize that is not the district's fault in any manner. We did hire to allow us to try and provide better inputs, but these have really only been live for, I think, about, you told me last week, is that correct?
I think.
Week before?
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't live in December since I was looking up through January. So I'm certainly inclined to keep all of it available with the ability to even send in more for our next hearing. That said, for me, the long stretch to the, I want to say west side of 17 Mile Drive in a couple of these maps seems to me to be a very long area. And the fourth map kind of brings that to a little more manageable area. And I think actually is more representative of Pebble Beach, which, you know, from where we do pull students. So I think that would be a better.
Trustee Paff, could
The
you
teal map
mention
for
the
me.
teal? Thank you so much.
Sorry, the teal
Thank
map would be closer for me.
Uh-huh.
But I think there's nothing wrong with leaving them all up right now either, and accepting, you know, frankly, accepting further input. So.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Frank?
Yeah, thank you very much for putting these maps together. They all look really nice. I just want to echo Trustee Paff and saying that I would like the public for an opportunity to be able to put their input in as far as drawing their maps if they opened up and played with that tool, and also echo that the teal map looks, especially looking at the California laws where it says well-defined boundaries and compact, it seems to meet that standard, those two standards, 3 and 4 in the California section. So yeah, I'm leaning towards the teal map, but I also would like to keep them open and see if there's any members of the public that would like to present their own. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Carolyn?
Thank you, President Dawson. I have a question for the demographer. We have the demographer here tonight, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So when I'm online and I'm looking at this, I applied the layer to the maps of percent of CVAP Latino. And when I apply that, I have a question about it because it appears that if I'm reading the legend correctly, the kind of pinkish peach color represents a 75 to 100% Latino population in that area. And when I pull that up, it shows that starting at Asilomar State Beach and essentially all of the oceanfront homes in kind of a candy cane shape are all owned by Latino folks. Is that correct? Is that, am I reading that correctly?
Can you tell me where you're getting that information, please?
Yeah, I clicked, I'm on the NDC research map, the GIS map that was provided to us.
Okay. I need to get to that. So
Okay.
There's no housing there.
I think that, yeah, well, and that's determining some of how these are kind of packed in. So I wanted to just make sure there isn't an error happening in that spot. I can go on to another question while he finds it. First of all, I guess just overall, I'd like to say I am happy to serve wherever I land on this map. I'm happy to serve the constituents wherever they are. And I think all the board members would agree, but I don't want to speak for them. Yeah, so wherever this ends up, I'm happy to be there. And then I will say one area that I was really hoping would be a community of interest that got to stay together is Del Monte Park. And with all 4 of these maps, Del Monte Park is kind of cut in half. That's a concern for me. And so I'm curious if we can come back with a map and run it through our demographer, because there's so many factors besides just drawing the lines as an amateur. I tried drawing them and I was like, oh my gosh, this isn't even going to be right. So Yeah, I would like to see Del Monte Park together if possible. So that's one point. I do hear Path and Rivera. I understand what you're saying about Pebble staying together, or like there not being, one trustee who has 1.5 square miles and another, and then the other 4 have like half a square mile total. But that also just might be how it is because Pebble Beach is so spread out. So I'm not sure if we want to cater to that. 3 out of the 4 maps we're not catering to that. Let's see. Does the demographer have any questions about what I was asking?
Yeah, I'm not able to locate that, and hopefully you're seeing, and you're talking about the district as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah. So each of the maps we should have a demographic table associated with each map. So that should be able to tell you the citizen voting age population. And that's not necessarily registered voters, but those who would be eligible to vote.
Okay.
And, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Can we
No, I'm just, yeah, I'm curious how I can show you what I'm seeing, because I think it's important to find out, kind of get to the bottom of what is going on there.
Carolyn?
Yeah.
I appreciate what you're saying there. Let me find out if we can broadcast either my iPad or Raymond's screen, because I know exactly what you're saying. It's
Okay,
just
cool.
if we can get it on screen for him. Raymond, can we get your screen up, or yours, Ralph? Can you pull up? I'll walk it over.
Is it
and
a
you can take the
page?
next question, and hopefully Raymond and I will take 1 minute while you go ahead with the next question. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and another question to the demographer is, it really looked like you took into account our incumbency pretty heavily. Not saying that you did anything wrong there. I know that it can be considered a factor in all of this, but did you have any maps, or can we present any maps to the public that don't take into account our incumbency and just focus most on neighborhoods of interest instead of kind of having it be where we already are?
Sorry, I was muted there. A couple of things come into play here.
Yeah.
Number one, we must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act. We want to have equal population in each of the trustee areas. So that's the predominant criterion here. And then we want to follow the Federal Voting Rights Act. And then we shift into the California piece. We must follow those criteria, being contiguous and compact and easily identifiable boundaries. But there's also a school of thought. There's 2 parts to my response here. There's a school of thought of continuity in office. And the citizens voted you in, so they should have the opportunity to vote you in again or out. There is a map, I think it's the silver map, that has parity in it. And I want to also address the topic of community participation. The information that we received with respect to communities of interest in neighborhoods was what we received, and frankly, there was none. We'd love to get more and more public participation. The public tools, they should have been available for the public to participate and draw maps. NDC would love if the board selected a map that was not drawn by NDC, that it was a public generated map. The deadline to do that for this particular public hearing was January 6th. I believe there is an additional deadline, January 21st, which is tomorrow, to submit maps for your February 3rd public hearing. And that was pushed because we were going to have I think we were going to have the next public hearing on February 10th, but I believe it was changed.
But I have a feeling, is the next public hearing the 10th or the 3rd? I have a feeling it might be the 10th.
Is it the 10th? My apologies.
February 10, yeah.
It's the 10th.
10th.
Okay, my apologies. So we'll stand corrected on that. And
That-
then, so the deadline would go out to January 28th.
Yeah, that's the time that we need the information, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a couple days.
Yeah.
Madam President, if I may, to try and address what Carolyn just asked. I can show it on screen. Can you see our screen?
Yes,
sir?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the silver map up. Jonathan, go ahead and click silver off. And put on the, yeah. Now you see those little pink things up there in the corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually beach.
Right.
It's public beach. So if that's included in the Latino count, there's nobody there. I mean.
Yeah, right.
No.
I know.
So
I'll have
we're curious why that's pink.
Yeah. I'll have
Carolyn,
to
that's your
ask-
question, right?
Yeah, I'll have to ask Doug Johnson, the president of NDC, why that shows up right there. And we'll get back to you through the superintendent on that.
I take that back. There's actually one house there, two
Yeah,
houses.
That's
That's
two
Miller's,
houses.
right?
Yes. Yeah.
You find some really interesting things
Never
when
mind.
you're on a
Very few on
coastline.
that side.
Same, I'm working with the city of Marina as well. And there's a huge, actually, there's 3 huge census blocks that goes along the sand dunes.
Begging your, Carolyn, it sounds like we can't answer that at the moment, but he can bring back an answer. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that's important to find out. So yeah, the one that the map, well, okay, I'm hearing a couple of things. I'm hearing that the demographer actually would like more input. So that's in line with, I think, I know at least 3 of us trustees are wanting some more public input. And I think the way we've gone about it, which is just kind of like noticing a public hearing on this, is maybe falling short on getting people to interact with us. I don't know if it's too late, but perhaps we need to have a commission of a couple trustees and some stakeholders or some form of that, just to really make sure, because this is, it's a large decision that we're making. We are representatives of the public, but I'd feel a lot more comfortable with some stakeholder input on it. And then to the demographer, the communities of interest that I just kind of sketched out, is that okay if I mention the communities of interest to you right now, the neighborhoods in PG?
Yes, sorry. You're muted.
Sorry, my child just came in. 1 second, please. Thank you. So I did have Monte Park, and if later we can send you like the demarcations of what that is, because I realize you're not getting that right now. You're just getting named, but there is an area of PG called Monte Park. There's Candy Cane Lane. There's kind of what locals refer to as the beach tract. There is Pebble Beach. And I guess I've heard it called the retreat area, but not very recently. So I don't know what that is called, but it's kind of like the area surrounding Robert Down School.
Okay.
And then we have a line of demarcation in Pacific Grove for our elementary schools. Like it's kind of one street that runs through the whole thing, and that's Sinex, S-I-N-E-X. So that's kind of considered, if you live on one side of that, you go to one of our elementaries, et cetera. And yeah, so I think that is, those are my comments. And so after saying all that and taking all this time, currently looking at the 4, my favorite is actually the one with the lowest deviation, because it seems to be the most equal in population, and that would be the orange map. So that's my input, and I'll leave the floor to somebody else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Carolyn. Trustee Brian?
I'm wondering if, and I'm sorry, I'm looking for your name. I don't want it. Dr. Tilton, you're our demographer. If you could just go a little bit deeper on the criteria or the data that comes into the calculation of the deviation percentage. Can you touch on
Sure.
that briefly?
Yeah, sure. I'm hoping that you each have demographic tables with each of the maps in
Yeah.
your possession. Okay.
There is a lot.
So let's, yeah, all we need to find out, it's actually the third column to the right is that magical number that we're looking at as far as deviation. If we can all get, let's take the orange map. And if we're all looking at the orange demographic table, I can show you how we get that figure. And I'll wait just a second. As a former educator, I know all about the pause.
Right. I think it's page 53 for anybody that's flipping through the packet, I think.
It says orange plan on the top.
Yes, that's going to be page 53 for anybody who's looking at the packet in PDF format.
Thanks for that assist. So if you look at in proposed trustee area 1, you see 3,472 total population, and that it's under, in order to get the ideal population, it is 23 residents shy. So it's a negative 0.66%. So that's the deviation for that's the deviation for trustee area 1. How we get the total deviation is we take the highest number, and in this case, the highest percentage, I should say, in this case would be area 3, which is at 2.15%, and then the largest negative, which would be in area 5, which would be negative 1.8. You add those two together and you get 3.95%.
Okay. So is that the only criteria though that we use is actual population?
That's to measure equal population among the 5 trustee areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So it's a great question, because one of the things that and we love it when the members of the public participate in this process, and they're really excited, and they draw maps, and it might just be totally based on neighborhoods, or like attendance zones, and they're great concepts, but it's those darn census blocks that dictate what the maps are going to look like. If we have something that's over 10%, we have to just tell the board, this is not a viable map. It doesn't meet the equal population criterion, which is number 1.
Okay. Well, that helps. I wouldn't mind for, because again, we've only had this a short amount of time, and I've gotten no public comment from anybody via email yet. Of course, I think most people just have not had an opportunity to look. I think if we give them an opportunity, I don't know how much we'll ultimately see, because it's so dense, right? It's like there's a lot to look at here. All that said, I wouldn't mind more time for people, and I also wouldn't mind to see again what it would look like if we just threw aside where any particular board member is, and to see what that looks like. To me, it seems sort of in conflict. That I get what you're saying. It's like we're charged now with redrawing these in a way that in a way that does what we need it to do. But then to say, but we have these incumbents, it's like, well, what are we doing? Are we going to do this, or are we going to do that? We really want to try to do both of these things. The one seems to a degree, fly in the face of the other. So I wouldn't mind seeing what one looks like where it's just done without anybody, without any board member in there at all.
Okay, I could do that. I could try to bring a couple options as well. I mean, it's all, again, it's predicated on those census blocks, and you can think about going east, west, north, south. Try to make it as compact as possible, taking into consideration the neighborhoods that Trustee Carolyn shared. All those things. And I think I would suggest not to feel troubled by the lack of participation. This is new. It's novel to folks who have not gone through this process. They may have participated in the redistricting process, but the genesis of this, going into trustee areas, is I mean, it's not common practice because it happens every 10 years or whatever. But the other thing is, again, like I was talking about redistricting, every jurisdiction in California that has by district or by trustee area elections is going through the redistricting process. So we're also competing against all those jurisdictions with respect to community participation.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you pointing that out. And also, it's, you know, our community is vastly different than, you know, what are we, 16,000 people here? Is that what we are, somewhere around there? You know, compared to, there are huge districts that are having to deal with this, and in some ways, I mean, I respect the spirit of it, but in a town like Pacific Grove, I mean, come on, we're ultimately, in my opinion at least, we're trying to avoid a lawsuit is what we're trying to do.
Right.
Dr. Tilton, or through the chair, sorry, President Dawson, can I ask Dr. Tilton one more question?
Yes.
So I'm curious because is it just school districts who can kind of take into account the incumbency? Because it seems like all the county and state and federal districting and redistricting I'm seeing, that they are not taking into account where those folks have been elected. So is it just school districts?
So no, there is with the Fair Maps Act, and I'll let Councilor Jonathan Berry Smith chime in if I misspeak here. But under the Fair Maps Act, right away off the top of the board, under the California Redistricting Commission, incumbency cannot be a consideration. With respect to cities and counties, that they must follow the Fair Maps Act, but that particular provision is fairly silent for cities and counties. With school boards and special districts, school districts and special districts like fire districts and health districts, etc., they don't have to follow the Fair Maps Act. So they just follow the current California Voting Rights Act.
Okay.
At this point. So, Councilor, would you like to add anything to that if necessary?
The one thing that I would add, not sure how helpful it would be, but you know, there was that, I believe it was the second public hearing where we considered whether to adopt any like set of criteria to guide the demographer in the establishment of these trustee areas. And so the three main criteria that Jeff went through, because we didn't select anything, we just said, let's go through the federal criteria, make sure that we're having legally compliant maps. And so each of these maps should be legally compliant in that sense. There were a couple of criteria from California Elections Code, such as having the boundaries be compact and contiguous, taking into account topography, geography, even though like that wasn't explicitly something that your board said, we want this to be like highly considered. I think as you can see, a lot of these maps take that into account. And then in that criteria resolution, there was also an option to like say like explicitly, like, yes, we want to take trustees current like incumbency into account, or we don't. As you all know, none of those criteria were checked off. Okay. So Jeff knows the creation of these maps better than I do, but it could be the fact that, you know, he's just going through the federal criteria, made 4 maps, and it so happens that the vast majority of them, 3 out of 4, don't prior any trustees. It might, like, you know, given the census blocks and everything, it might take some work to eliminate. I guess it would have to be as if he was drawing these maps without looking at addresses of where you guys live, but that could result in the same maps. I mean, I'll pass it back on to Jeff. I don't know if he considered trustees in the sense that he made sure you guys were together, or just he made maps and this is the result. Right.
And so you see like proposed areas 1 and 5, those along the coastline, they're not densely populated. So that's why they're so huge geographically, you know, and again, census blocks. So, and the number of folks who are within those census blocks dictate so much that I could do. That's why you see a lot more density in downtown area.
Mhm. Thank you so much. Thank
You're
you.
very welcome. You're very welcome.
Okay, I'll sum up by saying I also agree that it's nice to have these out for a while for the public to look at. I would also say that I don't want to give these gentlemen direction to pretend we don't exist. The reality is we've all been elected into this office and we're all here right now. We started from nowhere, then yeah, we draw a map and then go find people to fulfill those positions, but we're here. So I just don't want to go chasing in circles. I think the way it's laid out in these various maps is very good. I also think that they're the experts. So the density of this information is indeed that. It's highly complicated, and I appreciate very much all that you've done to look at it. Would like to see them out a little bit more. I also really question, because it is new and it is different, how much the public is chomping at the bit to be a part of this. We've been talking about it. It's been out there. We floated it. It's a public hearing. And I don't know if perhaps sites could do a blast out in communication with parents, just highlighting that it's happening, and there'll be another meeting. So if people wish to be involved, they can be. But I'm not in thinking we need commissions and different things to do that. I'd like to open it now for public comment.
Can I jump in real quick though,
yeah.
to President Dawson? Can I jump
Yes.
in real quick? Just I wanted to point out, I'm pretty sure we actually have pushed it out at least once or twice to the public anyway.
Yes.
And that's important to know, right? Because so we've done that once, if not twice. Dr. Porras, nod if it's twice.
We've every time we have one of the public hearings, we pushed up quite a number of times. We pushed out the catapult to our families in particular, to the staff, to the board as well. And as was pointed out, we actually did need to make a public notice for this particular hearing, but we're continuing to make the public notice as if it was by regulation. So we are certainly doing our very best to get the word out.
Yeah, and so it's still a bit like crickets. So, but we have some hands raised too. So I'll shut my yapper and let other people talk.
You'll have a chance to come back again, trustee, please. Oh,
Sally
John, I'm sorry.
Richmond?
John wanted to say something prior to public comment. I'm sorry.
Well, there is a difference between districting and redistricting, and it's not trivial, actually. With redistricting, one is required to have a commission and outside, and basically end up going a completely different set of rules. For us, we literally can choose at any time at this point. The very first time off is just us, making this choice. So the whole commission thing, and the reason why MPC and a number of other areas are putting out broad calls is because they have to. It is part of those rules. They are different.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Now you really get to speak, please.
Sally
Please.
Richmond, Pacific Grove resident. And my concern with this, 1,000 apologies to if this has been discussed and decided, but with 5 districts, then we're relying on the fact that we're going to be able to find people to run in each of those districts down the line. We might have the people now. I seem to remember the last time I voted, there were 3 people running for 2 slots, and that was the entire district wide. So for what it's worth, I would throw out, perhaps we should have, if we're required to have more than 1 district, have 2. We'll cut it along Senex, along elementary school boundaries, and 3 people can serve 1 district, 2 people could serve another. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have additional comment, please. Elliot Hazen, please.
Hello, thank you very much. I really appreciate the effort here. I wanted to just reiterate the point that a lot of this process occurred over break. So I would suggest if there's a way to have more opportunity for public comment, that would be appreciated by me, and I would assume some other parents as well. At the same time, I mean, looking over the hearing, right now it states that we can email our public comment in advance to the CVRA, but it'd be really good to know exactly what are you looking for from the public. I mean, do you want us to start voting on maps, or at least giving our thoughts on maps? Do you want us just to only identify areas at this point, which if that's the case, that's fine too, in terms of neighborhoods of importance. Having just a little bit more structure to how the public can participate, I think would help encourage participation as well. And lastly, I just wanted to reiterate the point that Trustee Carolyn Swanson made about the neighborhoods is an important one. The silver map, I think it is the only one that has that delineation that matches the Senex Ave. So I realize it doesn't match the trustee areas, but I do think that's an important consideration moving forward as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Jennifer McNary, please.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I appreciate the district pushing out information about these maps, but as a parent, I think it's helpful to realize how many emails we get from the district and from our sites every day, let alone every week. So sometimes we don't realize like, hey, this is really important, a decision's being made that's going to input who we vote for in the future. And I don't know how to specifically delineate things like this from other emails, but I can tell you as someone who tries to read all the communications, like this didn't specifically stand out to me. And if we're going to push out communications about boundary areas, please can we include like not just parents, but community members and PG at large, because this is affecting all of us, not just like parents and families in the district. And I just wanted to echo the comments about neighborhoods in Pacific Grove. As a resident of the Monte Park neighborhood, I would hate to see kind of our small, relatively close-knit neighborhood separated by a boundary line. So thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Miller, please.
I would like to reinforce what the last speaker had to say. I am not a parent with kids in the schools now, but I'm a Pacific Grove resident. My kids and grandkids have gone through PG schools, and I was in education myself. So I'm very interested in this process. So I would hope that any kind of information going out to the public didn't just go to parents. I have two questions, and the first one is, where is that information going? Is it on the radio and the Pine Cone and the Monterey County Weekly? I've had a really difficult time trying to find the information, although the board president here has been very helpful in trying to point me in the right direction and get me to know what the dates are and things like that. But then to get the Zoom link, I got to go through several layers to find that. So my question is, how are the meetings and the public maps and the opportunities for communities of interest, how is that being publicized throughout the community? My second question is maybe one that really doesn't have an answer or isn't pertinent, but it has to do with population. And I know it's crucial that there be equal population in each district. But I wonder if there's ever any consideration given to how many school-age children there are in one district compared to another one, or how many enrolled in Pacific Grove public schools there are. Because I could see a district that hardly had any kids at all, and another one that had lots and lots of kids. So I don't know whether if that is a factor that can be, or even if it should be considered. So thank you very much for your work on this, what I find a fascinating process is, but it takes a lot of time, especially when you don't have much time because of the delayed census. Thank you so much for everything, and I look forward to the final result.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional public comments? Yes.
Beth Shamas. I like the orange and green maps because of how they go from the Ocean View area and they come up the hill instead of going horizontally. I think that, to me, that catches more residents. Seems to be an equal way of division. I think we need Bill Phillips, huh? You know, I mean,
I live up the street.
I think that having a realtor gives some input is what I'm talking about. Bill, of course, lived here all his life. I mean, he can really give some quality input probably in terms of, you know, how this looks to a realtor who knows where the people are. The other thing too is I really think I had trouble looking at these. I mean, I looked at them on the computer. I printed them out. I can't read these. Where's the street signs? I mean, the street names, they're very vague, very, very vague. But I would suggest that you put up these possible maps down at the post office, because that's where everybody goes in PG. And if you want to get people's attention, that's what you do. So that's my suggestion. I don't think that people are really have heard about this much, even if you've put it out there. You know, it takes a long time before people start to pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional comments? All right, we'll come back to the board. Anything else to add by anyone? Okay,
I do.
okay, Trustee Carolyn.
Thank you, President Dawson. I do have a question that that arose from our public comment, but I have it. I think it's an important question for Ralph to just kind of go over quickly. How was this publicized to the public, not through our parent channels, but to the voters?
This is since the beginning of it, our primary mission has been to inform our families specifically. Otherwise, we push this out via, again, it's mostly to families. And so I'm trying to think right off the top of my head. Other than that, on the website, we have an area that's completely devoted to this. With one click, you can find all of the notes and summaries from every meeting, as well as links to the next meeting. So that's been posted publicly and made available as well. But our mission has been primarily to advertise for our families.
Okay, and I think as a board, we should talk about if we want to give direction to staff for them to focus more on our voters as a whole. My other comment is I do think it's important, since we're in a public hearing, to speak quickly on Ms. Richmond's point about maybe Mr. Barry Smith could address why we can't just do 2 areas, because I think it's just important to clarify why we can't.
That's a good question. I can come back with a slightly more in-depth answer, but the last time this came up, there is a risk, and this is what I would need to look into it to clarify exactly what that risk is. But there's a risk based off of the way that the CVRA is worded about what constitutes at-large elections versus hybrid at-large elections, which still is at-large and thus leaves the district liable for a CVRA violation, and by trustee or district-based elections. And like I said, I can definitely go back and have maybe a paragraph summary as to why it is preferred from a legal standpoint to have the same number of trustees as you do trustee areas, because that is more in line with what the CVRA text is and the spirit of the CVRA. But I will say from my understanding, I've looked at a lot of districts, I'm aware of at least one district in the state of California that has thought it was an acceptable risk to deem themselves trustee areas by dividing the jurisdiction in half and having 3 trustees in one area and 4 in the other. I'm not aware that they've been sued for that. So I can say at least one district has tried it or is currently trying it. But off the top of my head, I know that there's a legal risk associated. But if that's helpful information to provide to either the board or the public, I can definitely look into that with, some more, through more detail.
Thank you. Personally, I think that's a probably a sufficient answer, but if my fellow trustees think differently, feel free. And then just really quickly, just a little kind of like a typo on the map that I forgot to mention to the demographer. It says Pacific Grove Elementary School, and that should actually be Forest Grove Elementary School. And that finally is the end of my comments. Thank you so much.
Which map are you speaking of?
Oh, you know what? It's on
the silver.
Yeah, I think it might be on all of them, or yeah, silver, green. It's kind of throughout.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Forest Grove there.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get on the census people about that.
Our principal is here too, and we just don't want to risk his ire. Let's get it right.
We'll make sure we get that right. We'll probably not probably. I will be in conversation likely through Counselor Barry Smith. It's a simple fix. It's just the layer is incorrect, and it's just a matter of getting the addresses, the school name, the addresses, blah blah blah, and we can just replace that layer and make sure those names are correct. I don't know how that happens, but so in a series of apologies I'm about to make, that's one. The second one is my apologies for the date error. I was looking at the second public hearing PowerPoint when it did say February 3rd before it was changed to February 10th. And that's where my deadline error was. So your deadline for your public is January 28th for the February 10th public hearing, because we have to have all the maps on the website by February 3rd, 7 days before that February 10th public hearing. And I'm going to give a shout out to folks who want to submit a map. There is a great tool on the district website called DRA 2020. It's Dave's Redistricting. I kid you not, you don't get free fries with it. It's like a hamburger stand. It's Dave's Redistricting. It's very, very simple. The only thing that I ask is folks follow the instructions, because if they don't follow the instructions to a T and they finish a great map and forget to email it to the district, it'll be lost in cyberland. We won't see it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification on those dates and all the input. And we will now close the public hearing.
Madam President, we do, if it's up to your pleasure, but we do have one more person with a hand up in the audience.
We have someone with a hand up?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Dr. Hayes.
I had no idea. Okay. Dr. Hazen, please.
I apologize again. I just wanted to ask the question that was brought up. I realize you might not be able to answer this time, but if there were not a candidate to run for one of the 5 districts, would that simply seat be unfilled for the next 4 years, or would there be how would that be addressed? Thank you.
So from my understanding, like if the one of the maps that has a vacant seat, that would require someone to run. And so if the question is if the district could not find anyone to run for that seat, then I think you just go through whatever the standard vacancy procedure. When there's a vacancy in the board, I know there are specific rules and ways to fill that vacancy, but it's not that it's automatically going to be a vacant seat for the next 2 or 4 years. It's just that none of the current trustees live there, and thus none of them would be able to run for that trustee area unless, of course, they moved and resided somewhere else. Otherwise, anyone in the public who lives in that vacant area would be able to run for that seat.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other hands up? Okay, now we're really closing this part of the public hearing, please. Okay. Next, we'll move. Where are we? That's where we are. Here we go. Thank you so much. Action discussion. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is please letter A, district update on response to COVID-19.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm going to invite Nurse Pally to unmute and help present this item, as she's probably got the most accurate information that can be presented to what we're currently doing. And so hopefully she's there.
Hi, good evening. So it's good to be here. I'm Nurse Katrina Powley, District School Nurse. So there's been some recent California Health Department guideline updates regarding COVID-19 positive individuals and close contact exposure and quarantine. So those updates were made on December 30th of last year. Probably the biggest change has to do with is the quarantine if an individual is tested positive. So the guideline has stood that if a person's tested positive, they quarantine for 10 days. So updated guidance allows for an individual who becomes asymptomatic before the 10-day period is over to test. And if they receive a negative test, they can discontinue quarantine after day 5 of testing positive, as long as they're asymptomatic and they receive a negative COVID test. So the other piece of guidance is the definition of being fully vaccinated. So full vaccination was previously receiving a completed series, COVID-19 vaccine series. Now, an individual has to have not only the primary series, but the booster if eligible. So if you're 18 or older, eligibility is 6 months or later after receiving the primary series. And if your ages 12 through 15, it's 5 months after. So when we calculate those that are close contact exposures that are fully vaccinated versus unvaccinated, we take that definition now into account. So we've created, through the help of Forest Grove, we created a document that's a quick reference snapshot document. And it's going to be part of our COVID safety plan. And it's kind of like an if-then decision-making tree. So if you're diagnosed positive, regardless of vaccination status, it goes through how long to quarantine, when you can test, when you can come back. If you're not diagnosed positive, but you're close contact exposure to a positive case and you're fully vaccinated, it goes through what you do there. And then if you're not fully vaccinated, how long to quarantine and then test, and then be able to return to work and school if you're negative. So that's a very, very helpful document. I know a lot of the parents have been receiving a lot of exposure letters because of increased cases. And it really mirrors the higher community cases that we're getting. But what we found with the testing that we have on board, which is the pool testing and the rapid testing that we do, is that we're not seeing a high spread at school. So meaning individuals test positive, but they're not spreading it throughout their classroom. So schools still are a low transmission environment within the school setting. And I credit that to all the health guidance that we have in place, the indoor masking. And there's the CDPH has had some wonderful updates on masking guidance, which I encourage parents to look at and community members. There's a whole link dedicated to wearing a mask correctly, what kind of mask to purchase and how to wear it in different settings. And the key with masking is to make sure you wear it correctly over your nose, under your chin, and around the face so that there's minimal gaps. You want the air that you breathe to go through the mask and not through the sides and through any gaps. So the better fit the mask is, the more effective it is, no matter what kind of mask. But non-woven material masks are better. If you do choose a cloth mask, it should be at least 3 layers, and it should have a filter, a non-woven material filter. Because that non-woven material, which we do use for our surgical masks, the child size and adult size that we have on campus, those disposable ones, they do provide better filtration. And again, the fit is really important, making sure it fits snugly around the face. And it also protects our students that can't wear a mask on campus, students in special population classrooms that are unable to wear a mask due to a medical exemption. Those who can wear a mask and are required to protect those students as well. So, and then we have our KN95 masks available to staff. And I know that there's child size ones as well. Those are very effective. Those are 5-layer and they provide a really good structured fit. and especially for indoor areas where you're in closer contact with individuals and the ventilation is not as effective. The higher layer masks are much more effective. So the higher or the more layers you have, the better in situations where there's not as much airflow. Any question? Oh, I was going to go over really quickly. If there's no questions, let me know if there are.
Any questions?
I got one.
Not for me.
Yes.
Thank you. And I know there's more, so thank you for the more that's coming too. On the KN95s, you said we have how are we supply wise on those?
So we have probably a 2 to 3 month supply for staff. And so I have a list of purchase order items. So that's one of them that I'm going to make sure we have on enough of. So we're in really good shape right now with the supply that we have. And so I'll make sure that we have those so that when staff request those, that we have ample supply. I try to provide at least a month supply or so, a 2 month supply to the staff that request it.
Have you been seeing a good amount of usage and people coming in for those?
Yes, to the point now that I just drop off a supply to each front office, and then staff, the front office distributes those to teachers that request those. So there's definitely been an increase in requests for those among staff.
Awesome, great, thank you so much.
Absolutely. So I wanted to also speak to the pool testing and to the rapid test kits that we have on board. I want to shout out to Concentric, who's been phenomenal, very professional, very knowledgeable. We are testing 8 classes a week at the high school, 8 classes a week at the middle school, and then 6 classes each at Robert Down and Forest Grove. I'm happy to report that all of our pool test results have been negative every week. Last week, however, for the first time, we had 1 positive at each school site only out of all the classes that were pooled. So we're catching those cases early. Two of the 4 students I know were asymptomatic. So it was as soon as we found out that the pool was positive, they came back and retested all the students with a rapid test, found out who was positive. We were able to have that student go home and then send out the exposure notices. So the pool testing is a PCR test and the results are typically received in 2 days. So it's a great way to obtain status, to see what our COVID status and snapshot picture is of each week of how a representative sample of classes are doing. And so the CDPH actually recommended at least 10% of classes to be pooled. And so we're actually quite a bit higher percentage than that, which is great because then we get a really good representative sample of classes. And when we see negative PCR results, that's a heartening piece of data. And then our Binex now on-site rapid test kits are just for staff and students and parents that request a test on site. And the CDPH has been wonderful to supply those for us so that we have those accessible for anyone who would like a test. And although we're not doing large scale response testing in classrooms, we do test students whose parents request testing as well as staff. So it's great to have those on board for testing as requested. Any questions?
Board, any questions?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Ms. Powley, thank you so much for your dedication and all your hard work. We all appreciate it. My question is, I know that when children show up to school at the lower schools, that if they don't have a mask, they can just simply go to the front office and have one given to them. Are we going to try to switch those masks to the KN95?
So that's a great question. I have had some requests from teachers, and so I'm certainly happy to consider that and to provide those. I want to make sure that the teachers have the masks in their classrooms that they need, particularly for students that are have certain medical conditions. So I'd be happy to address that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Swanson's, any questions?
Well, is this the end of Katrina's presentation? I don't want to interrupt her. Are
It
you?
looked like the end to me, but I could be guessing here. Oh, she's
So
muted.
that's about all the information I have. Oh,
Thank you.
Okay.
so
Okay. Then I do have some questions, but is this is this when you would like me to ask them, Christy? I didn't mean to jump in there.
Yes, she had asked for those, so definitely go.
Okay. Okay. These may be more for Ralph than they are for Katrina. So our district has a COVID safety plan, and it's that document that's on our website, and it's kind of lengthy and it has a lot of these details in it. And so I would like to see that updated as soon as possible. But I realize there's some constraints on staff right now. And really, Katrina, I don't think that should, in my opinion, I don't think that should be you sitting there with that document working on that while you're also trying to do all this other stuff. So can we have a conversation about how to get that plan updated quickly, but not have it be Katrina doing it?
Yes, the staff is working on that, and we are working with Katrina to make sure we have the correct guidelines, and then working with Safety Director Barbara Martinez, who has assumed the responsibility for overseeing the management of the COVID safety plan. And so we are working that as fast as we can. I think part of it is that we're also addressing some of the matters that are happening on site with the cases and trying to address those first. But yes, staff is working on that, and we are addressing it. We'll get it out as soon as we possibly can. We realize it's important.
I was going to ask, when can you kind of nail down a date, because it's such an important document for reference for all these families?
We will get that plan out as soon as we can. I don't want to give an absolute date, because we're just everyone is in a different place. My hope is to have it out, if not by the end of the day tomorrow, early next week. Yeah.
Okay, so within a week. Okay. Thank you. And then Masks for Kids, thank you for bringing that up. And thank you, Frank, for bringing that up, because that was one of my questions. I'm just going to cross that off. Rapid tests. So there's been this scramble for rapid tests out in our community. And I would love for our schools to be a more of a resource for families who are scrambling for their students, for perhaps even themselves, definitely for staff. So have we clearly communicated? Because I feel like there may be some confusion. I did have a conversation with a high school family who said their son was home from school, but they couldn't get a test, and they asked the high school office, and I said, please ask them again, because from my understanding, if a family has a student home with a symptom, they can ask the office for such a test. So am I correct in that, or can you clarify?
sure, absolutely. So for students that are in quarantine but could come back and need a confirmatory test, we'll have them come on campus to administer the test. And we have ways to actually go outside and do the test outside.
Okay.
So if a family doesn't have access to a test, absolutely. I've gone out to the car, the vehicle of the family, and just conducted the test outside. And so we can certainly do that for families that need to have confirmation of whether or not their child has COVID and can't get a rapid test. So
okay. I have heard stories, Nurse Pally, of you driving all over the place, I think in your minivan like a superhero, giving out and conducting rapid tests, and the visual just kind of, it's a sad situation that we have to do it, but I'm just like, of course, Nurse Katrina's like zipping around in her minivan, making sure people are safe. So this question is for Ralph. So I was reading in the Herald that we have high school classes being conducted in the library, that we have staff shortages. What's your plan for that? What are we doing to kind of help ease that for our staff?
Well, that's a broad question, so I'm not sure how to answer that specifically, other than to say, at this point in time, we get word as quickly as we can for any staff that are requiring subs, and work to get subs, and our human resources staff has done a good job of getting those covered as rapidly as possible. For example, the 7 teachers that were needed at the high school, we were first covered by administrative staff and others. However, we were able to locate subs within the day. In regards to our district is not experiencing the same kind of staff shortage that the Herald is reporting for Monterey Peninsula North Monterey County, Salinas Union High School District, or we just simply don't have the same population and the same impact in the community. We're watchful in regards to making sure that we're covering as many classes as we can. If there are any classes, especially classes with students who are at high risk, if we have to consider closing the class for a period of time, because there's a great number of students that are either testing positive or potentially, and we can do it, we will accommodate that. But those are typically classes of 5 or 6 students, not the larger size classes. And we're keeping a close eye in regards to what the cases look like. The pool testing helps a lot. Where we're seeing the shortage, we're trying to find substitute as rapidly as we can. And we're doing a fairly good job of getting those subs in place. Sometimes it's not the same moment, but we're able to get them pretty quickly.
And do we have principals and vice principals being substitute teachers at all of our sites?
All of the administrative team in the district have helped in one way or another with classes that need support when there's not a teacher in sight. And yes, our site administrators have been covering, as I believe counselors have been doing as well, and other auxiliary staff. And we have had folks from the district office also supporting in the classrooms around the district.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh, can we just get an update on the state? I know the state has a vaccine mandate coming possibly for the fall. I've had some families reach out and ask about, hey, how many kids are vaccinated at school, which I think if we go down that road, I don't know how far we can really go down that road. I don't think we can ask families that. And I don't know what we would do with the data. However, I do think if we can let families know more information about a vaccine mandate, if it is happening, if it isn't. So have there been any updates from the state on that, Ralph?
Yeah, I'm not hearing too much yet. And we meet, I missed the meeting today, unfortunately, with the county in regards to the update from the county health department. I don't know if Nurse Powell, you heard any more in that regards, but we're still not hearing detailed information.
I haven't heard detailed information, but I have heard that it's a strong possibility for the next fall. So prior to the following school year, that there is a possibility that there will be a student mandate for the COVID vaccine.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Okay, I just want to reiterate, Nurse Powley, that you have been a saint and to work above and beyond in such trying times. I know everybody feels safer and more comfortable with you at the helm as you move forward with this. So thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Good work. Okay, now we'll move on to item B, the resolution 1082, authorizing the use of remote.
Do you want public comment on that?
Maybe,
I am so sorry. Public comment. No, I'm not doing a good job, but thank you. Oh, there is. Okay. Corinne Gordon, please.
Hi, I'm sorry, but my phone just is blowing up with text messages on those last comments by our superintendent, and it's really uncomfortable for me to say this, but none of us have seen any district office employees filling in as subs at any of our sites. And I'm really disappointed in our superintendent for lying to our board members. And I'm sorry, but Ralph, I have to call you out on this. It's just not right. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Erica Chavez, please.
I'd like to just say that I know for a fact our first week back from vacation that there were 2 to possibly 3 days, if I can recall, where 3 positions went unfilled for substitutes at Robert Down Elementary School.
Thank you for that comment. Any additional? Okay, that was important to hear that. Thank you so much. No further public comment. We'll move on. I'm looking around, making sure I'm not making a mistake. Okay, B, resolution 1082.
I'm sorry, President Dawson. Nicole Bullock is trying to unmute herself and raise her hand.
Oh, what? We can't see a hand. I'm sorry.
She's not raising her hand, she's raising her physical hand. Nicole Bulick, Bulich.
Okay, we're looking. Give us 1
Hi,
second.
thank you. I'm sorry. I have forgotten how to use Zoom clearly.
Okay.
And
We can
my
hear
time-
you.
Okay, awesome. So my question is about pool testing and if there is a way to get more information out to families about that opportunity. For the last 2 weeks, I have had not enough students in my class. My understanding is it takes 5 students for a class to be pool tested. I have thrown my name into the pool to try to get us there, but it hasn't happened. So I feel like families need more information. I talked to my students last week about the opportunity. I had 3 students who signed up, but that was still not enough to get us to the magic number of 5. The students had no idea. Again, I think parents have commented previously that the amount of correspondence from the district is a little bit overwhelming. And so maybe we can make our students and their families aware of this, because I think the pooled testing is great and a great way of catching these cases. But if classes are not being tested, it's not really an effective measure of the amount of COVID on our campuses. Thank you. And my apologies for not being able to use the platform correctly.
Well, you got to us, so thank you for your comments. We're waiting for a moment. Okay, it looks as if that's it now. So item B, Resolution 1082, authorizing the use of remote teleconferencing provisions, AB 361. Dr. Porras?
Thank you, Madam President. This is an item that was requested to be brought forth by a board member. And as you recall, we had this discussion previously in regards to approving this resolution. This would be the initial authorization, the initial resolution that would allow the board to use remote teleconferencing devices to run a meeting. Basically think distance meetings again, in the event that it's necessary that we cannot get a quorum of board members at a physical in-person meeting. The details are noted for you there and in the resolution. Basically, this is permitted because Governor Newsom's bringing in AB 361. It's important to note that currently we still are in a proclaimed state of emergency by the governor, so that checkbox is taken care of. There's also a proclaimed state of emergency from our local agencies, which is the County of Monterey. And then last but not least, what would make this resolution accessible is that the board would determine by a majority vote that we would need to, there's an imminent risk to health and safety and would need to go into a remote meeting in order to keep people safe. And so again, this would allow the district to go into that condition anytime it's necessary. It's not mandated that we do, this just provides that option. However, by passing this resolution, there are a couple pieces that need to be put into place. The accommodation for public comments, which has already been taken care of in the paragraph that's already on this agenda, which was the board had suggested and reviewed at a previous meeting. It's also in the agenda options at the next item. So we are already adequately allowing all of the necessary public comment options by posting the meeting, providing it on Zoom, which we already do, and providing for public comment within a reasonable amount of time and opportunity for the public. So that is already set in place. We would need to make sure that all votes are roll call. And because the resolution's in place, technically we're supposed to do that at every meeting, even if every board member is here and present.
Wow.
Not a big deal, but just would need to do that. We were doing that for quite a while anyway.
Right.
Those are the two big pieces that would need to be put into place in order to make that work. And so as requested, we brought forth the resolution to be considered, and I'll leave it up to you from there.
Okay, we'll start with board comments.
Ralph, you said that it's required in case you can't have a public quorum. I don't read that in here.
If we can't have a quorum or it has to be, I'm glad you asked for that clarification. It needs to be a COVID reason, basically. It has to, for the reason that we could not assemble would need to be COVID related. And so if we were to go to teleconferencing requirements, it couldn't be for just a general illness or general absence. That would be taken care of like we would normally do. But if we were to have a meeting and need to do it distance-wise because of COVID concerns, we could do that based on this resolution.
Okay, thank you. I am not voting for this. We require our staff, we require our teachers, we require our students to come in on a regular basis. And quite honestly, to say that I get to call in is disingenuity that I personally don't want to live with. So if we have to get to a point where we shut down schools, I'll revisit. But for me, this is a no. So.
Dr. Rivera?
I think that it's important that when we walked in here today, we saw a tunnel of faculty and staff that we needed to look eye to eye and listen to what they had to say. I think that's very important. There's something to be said to that face-to-face. Last month, we had to sit in front of a student and decide a very important decision. And I think to be able to look at that student and call out the decision is very important. And I'm thinking of a particular teacher in mind right now whose son is at high risk, yet she goes to work every day because we're asking her to. And I think it would be in solidarity if we continue to meet in person, if we're asking our faculty and staff to.
Trustee Carolyn?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is an interesting discussion that we're all having, because from my understanding, this resolution is not us saying we are not going to come in person. This is a resolution that's put forth so that we ensure that we are following the Brown Act to the letter in case we have to go in person in a virtual setting, or even when we have trustees, like tonight we have 2 trustees, myself included, who are not able to come in person. So I'm a little concerned that it's kind of turning into a, I don't want to say a grandstand, but like a stand that we're standing with the teachers who are in person, because this resolution is not a insult to our staff who are in person. This is a resolution to make sure that we're following the Brown Act during this emergency time. This is a very common resolution that's on every jurisdiction I have reached out to's rotation in their consent agenda. And it makes it, like I had brought up before, when a trustee is not able to make it, like Christy, when you were not able to make it that night, you were supposed to tape an agenda to your window, but you didn't know that. And if we would have had this in place, we would have been following the Brown Act to the letter. The time that we had a meeting where we had only 2 trustees in person, and we had 1 trustee zooming in, and we were violating the Brown Act in that moment. But if we would have had this in place, a very simple resolution, then we would be following the letter. And we do ask our teachers to follow the letter of all the instructions that are put forth and policies put forth. So I would say this is the board showing that we are taking this extra step to make sure that we're reading laws and following them. So I am in support of this. It sounds like it's not going to pass tonight, which is troubling to me, but I have put forth on public record that I am in support of this resolution.
Excuse me, may I interrupt for, are you done, Carolyn? I'm not trying to interrupt you. I thought you were
Yeah,
done.
go ahead.
Ralph, did I understand you correctly that the only way this resolution is ineffective is someone is out for COVID? So
if there is if the board determines that at any time that we can't meet in person with a quorum, this allows the board to conduct a meeting virtually, as per the Brown Act. So
a meeting where someone was out, but it wasn't COVID related. In fact, this doesn't apply. Is that correct?
The intent of this is for related to COVID and safety around COVID. That was the intent of AB 361.
Right. It is only COVID related. So
that's the intent.
Thank you.
Trustee Bryan?
Well, I'm curious as to how it's like, so how do we determine that? It still seems like it's a gray area. I get it. And I know I have to make it personal because it's the situations that apply to me, right? When I'm gone last summer, moving my elderly parents from the house they should have moved out of 35 years ago, and we're finally getting them out. And I have to zoom in from Elk River, Minnesota. Is that different then from when, I know that I got to be healthy the next 5 days because I'm taking my daughter to Washington, D.C., and I have to be there for her. And so out of a certain abundance of caution, it's like, I got to make sure that I am avoiding as much contact with people as I can, even though I know it's like, all right, I've been triple vaccinated and I mask up like the bananas and I'm doing all that stuff. But it's like, is that COVID related too or not? And that one in particular, what is that? And maybe I'm missing something, and I probably am.
If I may.
Well, I want to double check. This is a resolution. It's a 30-day out, right? And what Trustee Caroline was talking about is on a rotational basis. It comes up and boards can choose to extend it, correct?
Correct. It has to be renewed within 30 days, every 30 days.
And can I interject
Yes,
just one
please.
other question? I would like, for those who are leaning against it right now, I want to know what their take is on the downside. Why would we not do this? I mean, for me, as I look at it, not for me, but from my vantage point, it's like, if this, the more often we have all 5 board members here in one fashion or another, the better. So, but again, someone tell me what I'm missing.
So you, is that okay? I'm sorry.
Of course.
Okay, sorry. So you're at a distance so that when you travel to see your daughter this weekend, you're just taking an abundance of caution. Again, to mention the teacher in mind that I have does not have that option. We don't have enough substitutes. We heard that earlier, where we are shorthanded. We don't have the coverage that we're asking her to go into work, where teachers are being exposed. I had a teacher right outside tell me how often that they were exposed at the high school, and they had an unvaccinated child. We're asking our teachers to do a lot. We're putting a lot of stress and pressure on them, telling them to show up every day. And I think we need to do the same.
I concur with what you're saying, but for me, what I would say is this just is a safety net, that it's in place, and I'm not recommending that it's used, but it's there.
It's in use today.
So if we don't pass this, then they can't be virtual?
Passing this is meant to be virtual for COVID. We have a quorum without.
The meeting today is a regular meeting of the board. We have a quorum that's here in person. So technically this isn't being invoked. We have 2 trustees that are meeting virtually, and we're following the requirements in regards to taking the roll call vote as we would in any of their absence.
Did they post on their walls?
The difference.
That he posted.
I think the key part, and perhaps this answers Trustee Brian Swanson's question, on the cover sheet, page 59, letter C, it reads that there's a proclaimed state of emergency and the local agency has determined by a majority vote that as a result of this emergency, meeting in person would present an imminent risk to the health or safety of attendees. So really what this is about, again, it's COVID related, that the board feels we could be at an agenda meeting and determine, if this was to pass, we could be at an agenda meeting and determine the next meeting needs to be virtual because there's too much risk right now. The cases have soared up, whatever it may be. If the resolution passed, the next meeting could be conducted distance and still be within the rules of Brown Act. Because again, it was determined by resolution. If there's an emergency that says we're in harm, we don't want to meet it, we don't want to meet. So rather than try to have that resolution passed in an emergency meeting prior to that next board meeting, this resolution essentially takes the place of that for 1 month and allows for that flexibility. Again, I just want to reiterate, legal counsel was pretty clear on this. It needs to relate to COVID, excuse me. that's what-
That was very dramatic.
And I guess what I'm saying, Christie, is if we are in a position where we need an emergency board meeting, we need to have shut down a school to do it. And there is the emergency. There is the position where everyone else in the district is there. Because right now, for me, if it's imminent risk for me to be here, how the heck can I ask somebody to be there? This isn't imminent risk. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, time for public comment. I'm not forgetting this time. Come on.
That's Shamos. It's an interesting discussion. You know, I really see the positive side of having remote board members. They're participating. And if the resolution states that is for specifically a COVID, it's very narrow on this. You know, I can sympathize with the feelings of your teachers, but it's also important to know that you guys are making very, very important decisions here for them that affects them. And I think that that kind of supersedes some of that equality thing you're looking for. I hope the teachers would agree with that.
Any other comments?
You've got Luciano number 2 raising their hand.
Thank you.
Good evening, board, trustees, and community. I hesitate to even speak because I know I'm going to get emotional, but I have an unvaccinated, high-risk child at home, and I have been at work. I've been exposed multiple times, and I've had to tell my daughter that I can't hug her, that I can't kiss her goodnight, that I can't go by her because of this. And it just is really frustrating to sit and listen to this tonight. So a lot of people are struggling and feeling this weight. And I spoke at a past board meeting about feeling like we're on a sinking ship. And I feel like my head is going under every day. And really the only thing that is keeping me above water is my colleagues at work. So I would really like to see district personnel step up and provide some support where it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we're seeing no more public comments at this point. If indeed we did need to go to this, we would then be able to call an emergency. What this essentially does is mean we all would need to come together quickly and then make a determination at that time.
That's correct. That is correct. You need to have a majority of the board to make
Come
the decision.
together.
And it would be the same exact resolution that you see before you. It just would need to be passed.
I am thinking now that from what my understanding of it is, and also the perception of it is not the same. So I will say that I will go in at this time with the gentleman to my right, because if we need to do this, then we do it. In the meantime, it looks and is perceived to be, and I think that that is absolutely critical at this time, that we're all in this together and we're not operating on a separate playing field. Does that feel fair? So let us now move forward. How would we do this? A motion
We'll
or
ask if there's a motion.
is there a motion to move this forward?
I make a motion on staff's recommendation to move this forward.
Knowing that we are going to get voted down, I will second that motion. That this has been misinterpreted and misrepresented for what it actually is. I'm seconding the motion all the same.
Okay, we will go for a vote, please.
Trustee Dawson,
No.
trustee Rivera,
No.
trustee Path,
No.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
The resolution fails with a vote of 3 against and 2 for. We'll now move on to item C, board agenda formats, revisions, option. Dr. Porras.
Thank you, Madam President. The item that you see before you is being brought back from a previous meeting that when the board had an information discussion item about the various options for revising the agenda, the board agenda format. We're bringing this option back, option 1, which was the preferred option at the time that was expressed at the time with a couple of additional variations. So what you see before you is what the template would look like. And again, I would like to note that the section 5 and the sample is already reflected in the current agenda. That was not necessary. It didn't need to go through it's already policy, so it doesn't need, or ed code, it doesn't need to go through the approval process. However, the rest of the items would then be included. The biggest emphasis was made to make sure that we alerted board members and the public that public comment takes place after every action discussion item. So that would be noted for you, and the agenda would reflect the item and then a notation for public comment, and then the actions taken by the board. As a reminder that all items will receive public comment, and that would occur everywhere that's noted as appropriate. Otherwise, there were a whole lot of other changes that were reflected. So based on the feedback, this is what we're bringing back to you for the new agenda format. And again, you certainly can make further adjustments or approve the sample that's presented to you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll go to board comments, please. Trustee Brian?
No additional comments. I'm in favor of option 1. Thank you.
Trustee Frank?
Also in favor of option 1. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, trustee Carolyn?
Yeah, thanks, Christy. Option 1 looks fine. I do have one addition if the rest of the board agrees. It would be to just, since the spirit, it seems like, of this new option is to really kind of call attention to where public comment can be plugged into our meetings. I think it would be nice to add, if you see where it says opening business, it's on page 63. Number 1, opening business. I think it would be nice to add that public comment is allowed after or before the adoption of the agenda.
So noted, for sure.
Thank you.
So noted. Okay. I agree, option 1. And trustee Path? No comments at this time. Oh, Dr. Rivera now has a comment.
Now I changed my mind.
Flexibility matters.
I'm wondering how the board feels if is at the top or towards the beginning, if we just simply have our mission statement posted so that we're constantly reminded why we are here.
Can I interject?
Yes, you may.
I have no opposition to what Dr. Rivera had suggested or what Trustee Carolyn had said. I think they're worthy additions, and I would be in favor of adding both of those.
In the words of Dr. Porras, so noted. Okay, if there's nothing else, public comment, because that's important, and this agenda certainly points that out. I'm learning my lesson. Okay, when I finally learn, no one has anything to say. All right, do I hear a motion?
Well, I'd like to move for the adoption of option 1 with the additional language suggested by both Dr. Rivera and Trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Second.
Okay, this was moved on by trustee Swanson, and the first second was trustee Paff. We will now have a vote.
Before we jump to the vote, because we moved kind of quickly on this, can we actually get a clarification of that language so everybody knows what they're voting in favor of or against?
Of course you can. One is a mission statement addition, which will be at the top of our agenda, which is very good and reminds us what we're doing. And trustee Carolyn, where did you understand that to be inserted, Dr. Porras?
At the adoption of the agenda item.
That's correct. Yes, trustee Carolyn?
Yes.
All right, so trustee Swanson Mail, is that, is that better
That works.
clarity?
Love that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now we'll go ahead and vote, please.
Trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Rivera,
Aye.
trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Sorry, aye.
Okay, the vote is carried 5-0. Now we'll move on to number D, letter D, contract for services to AMS for switch and power supply installation district-wide. And for that, I see Director Kelly.
Good evening, Matt Kelly, Director of Facilities and Transportation. So I'm bringing this to you in addition to the phone project that was approved in September. We installed the phones over the break, and in the midst of installing, we ended up taking more port switches in the ports and PoE switches in the ports from each of the sites than we wanted to. So this is merely to replace and add more switches and more power supplies to the existing network. One thing we didn't want to do with Measure D is have an impact on what Measure A put in. And so basically this is just a kind of working with Director Raymond was to make this so that the classroom and education would still have access to those ports and to those switches in the future date, and that the phone system wouldn't be taking that over. So with the savings that we had with the project, we're still under budget with the project. So this is a contract for $69,000. We had our current budget right now. We have $158,000 left over in that budget after we've contracted to Maverick for $16,000. Any questions?
Well, we're going to find out right now.
Okay.
All right, let us start today, please, with trustee Brian.
I've got no questions. I appreciate all the detail that you've already provided. Thank you, Director Kelly.
Trustee Frank.
No questions. Thank you.
Trustee Paff.
So Matt, the addition here, the additional switches, it seems to me how to put this. I guess I'm surprised a little that there wasn't some mention earlier on by our actual contractor and saying, hey, you're going to be at +2 and you really should be at +35 for such a thing. Did they just miscount or?
No, it was more of an in-house,
Okay.
and it was between directors and stuff, and we were trying to approve it. So we had the project vetted, and it was just it just wasn't seen back in August and September that this was going to be an issue.
And I get it, that sometimes you're like, yeah, we're not going to be on the cusp. And then you're like, I am a little close. So, okay, nothing else. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate the feedback.
Trustee Carolyn.
No comment.
I want to say I love seeing a little bit of excess at the end of something. So that's some very happy news. So thank you very much. We'll now open for public comment. Okay, seeing none. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
The motion was made by Dr. Frank Rivera and seconded by trustee Paff. We'll call for a vote, please.
Trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Rivera,
Aye.
trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
We move forward with a 5-0. Next, we have a contract for services to Park Planet for Robert Down Playground. And coincidentally, Director Kelly's right here, ready to go.
So this is a exciting project. Let me get the slideshow up. All right, so this is a one of the projects that was approved for under Series A to replace the one of the playgrounds at Robert Down. So kind of go over 4 different areas: location, and then kind of get into the grading construction of it, and then let you guys see the design, and then we'll kind of go through the proposal really fast. So looking at an overview of Robert Down, the playground lands right here in that sanded area. It's a playground that's been there for at least over 20 years. The teeter-tot area where they have the tires, we replaced the tires multiple times. It's kind of gotten to the end of its life and needs replacement. So the project, as far as grading and construction is concerned, you'll see that on the right-hand side, we have a retaining wall that's right there in red. We're going to keep that retaining wall in place, but what is kind of hard to see on here is that we kind of have a slope that slopes down to that retaining wall, and all the sand kind of goes down to. So what we want to do is eliminate that slope, take from the top of the retaining wall and kind of just make it level all the way back to that area, so we can get some better fall material in there and a better structure. So with that, this area will kind of be the new structures, the new playground, wood chips, and everything else. And then this area right here in the green is going to be a turf hill where students can either sit on, or even that matter, roll down into the into the chips and stuff like that. So it's something that's going to be kind of fun, can be used for education, can be used for fun. So kind of excited about that little part. And then last, we're going to add in a DG path that will go to the baseball field. And eventually we'd like to, talking to Principal Keller, is have this path link up to the top up on Junipero. And last, after meeting, I forgot to say, we did meet with school site council a couple times, or one time last month, and got feedback from them on all the designs. And one thing that came back was adding a sandbox in that area, because we are losing all the sand in that area. Parents said that kids really like the sand, and teachers said they like the sand, but with sand, we lose our ADA compatibility, or ADA compliance with the playground, because we can't get a wheelchair through sand. So the wood 5 bars actually are ADA compliant, which is why you put them, that's why everything kind of changed over to those wood fibers. So we did put the sandbox in, which is great. And so we'll still have a sandbox. Going in, maybe just looking at the design of it, a couple pictures. The background's a little different, but you can see in the front area, we have the sandbox, and we have tons of climbers. We've got a couple slides. We've got great input from special ed. So we have some areas for special ed students. So we kind of feel like we've gotten a pretty good mix, and we can kind of get, there's gonna be something for just about every student on site. Just another angle, some bars. The bars are actually still one of the most popular items. Even talking to the playground people, every school still puts them in. Kids love them. So we decided to keep those in as part of this. Last, let's go through the proposal. And a couple of things I just wanted to point out in the proposal. Again, we talked about the wood fiber. We're putting in 178 yards at 12-inch depth. And then that's on the first page. Going to the second page, a couple of things that might come up that you might have questions on. We're leaving some of the spoils on site. Those are always things that we can use in maintenance. We'll stockpile it. We'll take it away. We'll stockpile it. We'll use it for other things. And then other thing is the existing sand we'll use into the new sandbox. So we'll keep that on site, and then just a little bit of money savings. On the last page, note 19, you can see that the base price is $117,000. We did add adults to it of $38,750. That's the turf area, the DG, I believe the sandbox as well, that added a little bit extra to the project. And so as we look at total for the project, it's $155,000. We budgeted $100,000 for the project. So as I'm looking at, we talked about inflation. Base bid for probably about $17,000 over what I originally budgeted for. That was just a playground in itself. And that's really just material costs and COVID and inflation going up. So But we did add some other things. Sorry, I had the 100,000. So we did add the turf hill, the sandbox, and the DG. So I was able to take funds from the purchase of the mower that we saved and then put them into this project, because we're not able to even get mowers or trailers or anything else right now in Series A. So I was going to defer that to Series B. Maybe then we were able to get some of that equipment again. So I just didn't want that money sitting there and not being used. So that means, so we had $59,000 we moved over. So total for this project, the total budget for this project right now is 159,000. Contract is 155. So if there's anything that comes up in between rental equipment that we might need for moving the materials in the dirt, that would give us a little extra money to do that. And that's about it.
All right, thank you. That's very impressive. I like the circles and I like the little arrows showing which way the sand goes.
Thanks.
And even I could follow that. So thank you so much. We'll start with Trustee Brian. Any questions?
A couple. First of all, there was a number on there on one of the slides, Matt. It was like 8,750 that you kind of blew by really quick. Is there a way to kind of zip backwards to that just so we could see it again?
Under the slide?
It wasn't that. It was sort of towards a final number, like a tax number or something like that. Nope. Sorry. So the number is 8.75%. California, Monterey, Pacific Grove. What is that? 8.75%, 5,032.14.
It's just sales tax. Yeah.
So we have to pay sales tax, huh?
Yeah.
That's a raw deal.
On the materials.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. That just kind of caught my eye, and then we zip past through it. Appreciate again all the detail. I am personally responsible, although not recently, for the degradation of this site. So it's nice to see that we're improving it, and I will stay off the equipment in the future. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. It's thank you so much. Okay. Trustee Carolyn.
Thank you, President Dawson. Hey, Matt Kelly. Hey, can you go back to that picture and just kind of talk a little bit about any part of the play structure that is perhaps wheelchair accessible or accessible for kids who are kind of differently abled? Maybe they have braces or can you talk about that?
So a lot of these areas down in here, some of these structures where you can kind of see, I don't know if you can see my mouse.
Yeah.
Those areas are even to a certain extent, maybe not for every kid, but the climbers, the rope climbers would be, there's, let me turn to the next slide. Oh, this would be the teeter-totter. This little spinner thing, I think that was brought up, I think, by special ed, this thing right here, which would be like a safe place for kids to go into. I believe there was some, and I don't know if you can see it here, there was some manipulatives right in here that they could play with that are down at level. I think the only thing that really that if there was someone in a chair that couldn't get to would be this spinner thing right up in here, some of the slides, and possibly getting up to the top of the rope. So there was quite a bit of and that was a question that came up during the school site council, was what, and we kind of went through that, all those structures that would be for the kids, for the sped kids or kids in a chair.
Okay, and site council, I mean, because they're on the site, so it sounds like obviously they were okay with this. They have kind of, because I'm thinking like, where are the swings? But then I'm sure that, like, these are questions also like a board member hopes that,
Right.
like some way of making sure that this is a cohesive plan. So,
Well, we have swings there already on in another play structure that are future replacement. And then we also have another structure that's for even smaller kids than this. That is also a future project. So
okay, that was my
yeah,
next
they
question,
had
but-
3 options, I think, to choose from. And this ended up, they kind of actually combined some of the options and put it all into this one.
Thank you so much for involving them in this process. I really appreciate that.
Mhm.
And then slightly off topic, do you mind emailing the trustees a list? Remember how we have like those 4 series and we kind of have like these priorities on them? I can't, I don't, my copy I know is not updated, and I went on the website, but it just has series A. So do you mind emailing that out to us so we can just
Sure.
kind of have this, keep it going?
Yeah, I'll put it on the website too.
Oh, cool. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Dr. Rivera?
My only question is, I'm glad that, site council had options to choose from. This would be a situation where I think you would have a lot of community involvement if the parents actually were saying, okay, these are the options. What do you think? I think you'd get more than expected response from that. Did you guys reach out to the parents at all, or is it just the site council that made the decision?
Well, school sites council is parents and teachers, parents and staff. So there was some parent representatives there as well. We did not reach out and go out to all parents with this design. We were under a little bit of time constraint, sort of. If we want to get this done in the summertime, I'm not opposed to delaying it and sending it out, and we would just be doing the project in the fall, which may happen anyway, just because of all the delays we're having. But right now, January, getting it in now, the contract in now would be, I think it was, we would get materials just about the end of May, beginning of June.
Okay, well, I certainly wouldn't want to delay the process of getting a new play set for the children of Robertown. But just, future food for thought is not just the site council, but like all parents. Thank you.
And at what point does it become the site council's responsibility? I mean, shouldn't they actually be conversing with their own
Yes.
group? So it's not, that is a push down somewhere along the way. So, yes?
Your statement or your question?
Well, I mean, the site council has a responsibility. I mean, that's the reason they exist, is to go out and for Matt to say, okay, we're willing to put in a new thing. Please provide us what you were looking for in some manner, but it's not really, at some point that has to get pushed back to the site overall. That's they need to be taking that, hey, reach out, whatever they need to do to get it done. Sean's not here, but Buck, when he put in the one at Forest Grove 2.5 years ago. Yeah. 2019. Yeah. Because I fell off it that fall.
Oh my gosh.
It was
Our
great.
board's playing on all the equipment.
Of course I am. Anyway, I'm just suggesting somewhere it's moved downstream a little bit.
So what I'm hearing is it's the site council's fault for not reaching out to the parents.
You don't know that they didn't.
I do know.
Okay, so you didn't get reached out to.
One parent didn't. Everybody else got asked.
Everybody else got asked. Yeah. So, okay, Matt,
Good
you
point,
guys start in the summer?
That's the plan right now, is to start in the summer to be complete before the beginning of school.
And really, this is a deferral of 59K from the mower. It's not really money that's sort of remaining. It's remaining from Measure A, but strike that Series A.
Right.
But ultimately will be pulled in from Series B. And again, as we just noted, we replaced the one at Forest Grove in the summer of 2019. One of the structures there at Forest Grove. And as you say, this has been here since I've been here, so it's at least 25 years old now. So thanks. I have no.
Thank you, Trustee Paff. I think if you ask so many children their favorite part of school, they would say recess. And I think when you have a setup like this, it will speak to them. Now, I understand that everybody has favorite parts and that might not be represented all right here, but it's a beautiful look. I like that sand is still there, but there's a lot of ability for creative play. And I also very much appreciate that special needs are taken into consideration and the path and everything. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Okay, let's open it now for public opinion or comment, which reflects opinion. Yes, there's a couple people. Here we go. Sean Keller.
Thank you, Madam President. Sean Keller, again, principal of Robertown. And I would ask all the trustees, if you could search your emails back to the site council minutes that I do send out as the principal. I do want to invite parents to all site council meetings and get their input. And I believe that when we had this proposal, when we were discussing it, I want to say I invited parents to join the conversation. If I failed to do that, I apologize to our community. But again, I always tell our PTA and our site council that I embrace all voices. And I do want to say that when we sent the agenda out, that we invited parents at that time. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Matt and the company for allowing the site council to be a part of the conversation. We did have a lengthy conversation about the new playground, and we wanted to make sure that it did have wheelchair accessibility. That was one of the main questions I did ask the designer, or the representative. And I can't remember everything she discussed, but she pointed out to the entire team that day the different things that kids could access. And also, I was really thankful that Patty Bloomer was with us, because that's why the little, I don't know what to call it, but it looks like a mini saucer off to the side. The rep, specifically discussed how that was, it helps kids with autism with regulating. So that was a reason why we decided on that feature. The 4x teeter-totter is something that some 5th graders brought to my attention several years ago, because they wanted the ability to have more fun with more friends instead of just 2. So that was student voice for that feature, along with the pull-up bars. The kids really love those. And just wanted to let you know, I tried to keep my ears open and get their voices heard.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Next comment. Elliot Hazen, please.
I apologize if you're tired of hearing from me, but I did want to say I was sitting on the site council for the last playground upgrade. We lost those pull-up bars, and so putting them in here, I think, is a huge upgrade to the system. So I am really glad to see that. And my understanding is the Robert Down Site Council is actually pretty large and has a number of parents on it, more than usual this year, which I think we are getting a good bit of parent influence, or at least voice on this. I know I was given the option to comment as a parent that's not on site council this year. And lastly, I apologize, this is not following the Robert's Rules of Decorum per se, but I do want to speak to Ms. Luciano's comment earlier that as parents, we feel you. I feel you, I hear you. This has been a tough time for us all. And we can't say enough how much, or I can't say enough how much I appreciate you guys as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And we're never tired of hearing from you. Thank you. Next. Eddie Ramos.
Hi, thank you. I just want, I'm a mom of 2 at Robert Down, and I just wanted to take a minute and thank everyone for considering the differently abled in the plans. And I just want to ask that possibly for future plans, if we could also request an ADA compliant swing for those that are differently abled. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that input. Okay, that's it for public comment. So can I hear a motion?
Well, actually, Christy, I have a comment.
Oh, okay. We'll
Yeah.
come back to the board.
Just, hearing that, hearing the member of the public's comment, I think this is the time, if we're going to make any changes or anything, at least, I heard that question, and it's a question I now have in my mind too. Matt Kelly, is it possible to add a swing to this situation so that for the next 25 years, we can have that for our kids?
For this structure, it's really going to limit and cut down on what we can put in there, just because of the fall zone that we need for a swing.
Okay.
So we would have to eliminate quite a bit in that area, what we already have designed. The idea was moving forward is that we have a swing set. And then when we go to replace that swing set, that we would be doing those upgrades for that in that area. So the swing set in this play area would remain separate. And in ways like in our playground specialist, the Tammy Ward, who we've used her for at Forest Grove and at the adult school. I can talk to her, but I think when we're kind of going through some of the same designs at David Avenue, and we're keeping some of those swings separate. It's kind of keeping the kids that are playing in this area and running around from getting hit by someone that's swinging. That can be dangerous. So keeping that swing set separate from the other players would be, I think, is beneficial for that safety concern.
Okay, thank you. And remind me when the swing set is up for remodel?
I believe we have it in series. It's not until series C.
Okay.
When we redo the portables there, that whole area with the portables and the playgrounds, we're all going to be done at the same time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'll ask, do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve the contract for services to Park Planet for playground installation at Robert Down Elementary.
Second.
Okay, so a motion was made by trustee Paff, seconded by Dr. Rivera. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Rivera,
Aye.
trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
It is carried at a vote of 5-0. Item F, non-contact boxing physical education unit. Thank you, Director Kelly. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Sean Roach, principal of Pacific Grove Middle School, and I would like the board to review and approve the contract services with Boxing Strong for teaching a unit for the 21-22 school year. Boxing Strong was actually recommended to us by one of our staff members who participates. And so we set up a meeting with our PE department, and they really enjoyed some of the things that they would be learning. So they have a 4-part unit to teach for our PE classes, grade 6 through 8, which really kind of focuses on the basics, the physical aspects of boxing, which include agility, strength, coordination, stability, power, balance. If anybody here has done a boxing workout, they are amazing. And they would progress through 4 levels, which would be just kind of the basics, starting with stance, begin to add in footwork, some basic movements, and then finally kind of putting it all together. And speaking with my PE folks, they said it's a fully aligned with the PE standards. It obviously improves hand-eye coordination, fast twitch muscles. It's a very high level cardio exercise, also teaches discipline and teamwork. And another thing that they added is that they would also like to extend this offer to our ASD class. And they would love to see this in our adaptive PE classes as well. Very excited about this opportunity. I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Paff.
Thank you, Sean. I'm pretty mixed, but I think the short of it is you're reaching out saying, look, we have a thought here. Let's try something different. We haven't done this before. We'll see how it goes. So thanks a lot. I appreciate you bringing something new, and it's the contract there. And frankly, that contract was very, 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 very complete, trying to get through the multiple insurance. It is non-contact, which was key on the list.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see how it goes. So I mean, something new once in a while is, I shouldn't say that. We do something new a lot, but something new.
We're excited. Thank you.
Trustee Brian?
I'm in favor of it, and I'm glad you took the time to explain it so well, because I think, again, most people looked at it and said, there's no hitting. There's not supposed to be any hitting happening here. And I kept an open mind, and I read through everything that you presented, and I think it's great. So thank you, because I think it was sort of brave just to bring it to, so thank you for your bravery too, and bringing something different. It's cool. I'm in favor of it.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Trustee Rivera?
Yeah, it looks like fun. Thank you for, again, thank you.
For sure.
Trustee Carolyn?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Sean. I have a question just about like how it will be applied to the school day. I was reading, it's a 2-week kind of 6 days of instruction. And somewhere, and now I can't find it, of course, but somewhere I read in the packet that it was like a full day of instruction. And I thought, no, that can't be right. We're not having boxing all day at the
No, very good question. No, we're not going to take them out of academics and teach them
So
those.
this will be applied during PE, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the boxing strong folks would be here all day. That's the all day portion of it.
Ah, that's what it was. Thank you.
Of
Thank you
course.
so much. Okay, yeah, I appreciate this not being on consent. I really love that we can like talk about this because it's something new. It's yeah, I mean, as a parent, I don't really love stuff that teaches my kid how to hit. Like I don't take my kid to karate. I don't take my kid to boxing, but I am here to represent all parents. And I think a lot of parents enjoy karate. A lot of parents enjoy boxing for the discipline aspect, like you were saying, the coordination and the health. And so I'm going to go forward and say yes on this, even though I probably wouldn't want it for my kid, but I'm not here to just represent my kid. So there you go.
Appreciate it.
And I'll say that I'm sure the kids will be very excited about outside people coming in with new concepts and new ways of being physically active and healthy. So thank you for that presentation. Do we have any public comment at this time? Okay, I'm going to move that we approve non-contact boxing physical education unit.
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion was made by trustee Dawson and seconded by trustee Swanson. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Rivera,
Aye.
trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
Okay, it's carried at a vote of 5-0.
Yeah, good luck. This
Oh.
is going to be interesting. Have fun.
Thank you. And listen, trustees, if you guys really want to sweat it out, come and join us one of these times.
Hey, we'll be there.
Is that a for real invite?
We'll go
That
on.
that is a for real invite, Brian.
We're used
All
to
right, I'll
15
do that.
rounds. We can do it. Okay.
I'm doing that. Let's hook up about that. Let's talk about it.
All right, school accountability report cards. Should we take a 3-minute break? Do you mind? Having been here,
Okay, good. This will get me ready to do the share.
I interrupted because when I saw someone had for relief, I couldn't stop myself. So Ani, please, we'd love to hear from you about SARCs. Thank you so much.
Okay. Are you gonna, okay, I need to continue. Oh, okay, here you go. This and share. There. Where'd it go?
I think it's one of your
This-
tabs.
Oh, up here?
Yes,
Yeah.
that one right there. And then if you want to minimize right there.
This, there.
Oh, yeah.
Slideshow.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Boom. Yay. All right. Okay, so Director Silva here, Director.
Welcome.
The Director of Curriculum and Special Projects, Ani Silva, here to present the 2021 School Accountability Report Cards. I created a brief presentation here only because I know that there's so much information in the SARC, and I know that there's the information that is in the SARC is a year old, so it's last year's information.
Yes.
And I kind of want to draw a connection between what the SARC provides and what is also provided in the LCAP. Because what's important here is that the LCAP and the SARC are all related to the state priorities and the state priority metrics, okay? And so one of the big components of the SARC is that we have to report teachers who are properly assigned, and that we are providing aligned standards aligned instructional materials, and we do that through the at the beginning of the school year. I come forward and we give you a resolution and we say all of our students have properly instructional materials. assigned to them. No one doesn't have the books or the right textbooks. And then the SARC also provides the school facilities, the FIT, and that is done by Director Kelly, who does that part. I also want to say that this particular SARC, the California Department of Education pre-populates the data because they get it from us, we send it to them, and then they put it back into the document. And for some reason, they were not able to release the teacher assignments. Okay, and so I just want to share with you that for 2019 and 20 and 2021, we have 145 fully credentialed teachers and we have no misassignments.
Wow.
Okay, so that's really, really spectacular. I'm going to go ahead with the other priority, which is state priority 4. You will find in the SARCs, and for each school site, you're going to see that the local assessment that we gave last year in the spring was the MAP test, which is Measures of Academic Progress. And I wanted to highlight this information because this is coming out of COVID, and yet our schools did very well. This is in the high school, this was only grade 11, but 82% of students were at or above grade level in ELA and 74% in math. And then you can see at the middle school, the figures, Robert Down and Forest Grove. So this was in the spring, the very first time these students take this assessment. Now I will be updating you not only on all the metrics that are in this SARC, okay, but in the next board meeting, now there's a new requirement by the state that we give you an annual update on the LCAP. But this annual update on the LCAP is everything about the LCAP, every metric up to this point in time, every expenditure up to this point in time. So it's going to be, so you really are going to get to see the real up-to-date information on how our students did on the MAP test in the winter, okay? And as well as all of the other metrics that you find here in the SARC, which is a year old, okay? The other component of the SARCs are related to engagement, which is priority 3, and school climate, priority 6. These are all the same types of requirements that are in our LCAP. How are we involving parents? High school only, the dropout rates, grad rate, CTE, career tech ed, participation, and students who are graduating with meeting UC-CSU requirements, which is A to G. Chronic absenteeism, suspensions, and expulsions. So like I said, all of this information you will get next board meeting. It's coming to a the Jesse
We'll be sure to be there, Ani.
Yeah. Now, here are things in the SARC that are not in the LCAP because they're not part of LCFF. And for example, the average class size. What I love about the SARCs though, is that they do give you a table, so you are able to compare year to year. And I know Trustee Carolyn will be happy with that because you're able to see like, okay, well, how are we changing whatnot in terms of from year over year, our expenditures per pupil, per site, teacher administrative salaries, and the professional development. Are parts of the SARC, and these are things that are not part of the LCAP. So, and with that, that is, I mean, it's like the SARC is, I think they've made it look a lot nicer. As you can see, the SARC now has it gives you more information about where is this coming from and where can you get more information. But like I said, it is a snapshot of a school that is a year old.
Yes.
So it's data that we've been there, seen, done that, and, and we're moving on. So like I said, the information you get next board meeting will be up to date.
I really appreciate that you were delineating between the SARC and the LCAP. And it's, I don't know, it's rather dense and it gets posted at the state level. I've never heard anybody say, oh, I just read the SARC. I found it interesting. I've never heard that. And I think it is I mean, it's good we do it, and I know it is reflective, but it does allow us to also look historically where we've been and help guide us towards where we're going. But I really appreciate you differentiating and saying, this is what you see here and this is what you see there. And as we know, before SARC, there were a lot of times people were teaching things they weren't quite qualified to be teaching. And those types of standards, this really puts a spotlight on it and necessitates a hard look and a lot of work and diligence to make sure we're where we should be with textbooks and everything else, as you point out. So really good job. And thank you so much for doing that. We're going to hear now, please, from Trustee Brian Swanson.
I don't have any specific questions at this time, just an appreciation again of all the, the presentation of the data that you have here. And I know we've got like 5 files that were delivered yesterday about the SARCs, which I think total around 110 pages or something like that. So there's a lot of that to digest, but it's good to have the information. And again, Ani, I appreciate all the enthusiasm that you bring to every presentation. And I know there's a team behind you too that helps with all of that, and you never fail to mention them either. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Carolyn.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got a couple questions. So Ani, can you walk me through the process for how you guys audit whether or not someone is misassigned?
Well, I'm going to answer the best that I can, and Billy, I know, is listening. And so if I say something wrong, then I'm sure she will correct me. So when we hire teachers, we make sure that their credential is aligned to the subject area that they're teaching. So for example, if we have a teacher at the elementary level, that teacher must have a multiple subject teaching credential. If you are teaching a single subject at the middle school or at the high school, you have to have an authorization to teach that subject area. So what happens with a misassignment is if there's a teacher who's teaching in an area that let's say, for example, you have a teacher who's teaching an English class, but they don't have an English single subject credential, then that person would be considered misassigned.
Yes.
Okay. So our HR department works diligently to ensure that every teacher that we have in positions that are teaching in any teaching position is properly assigned. And so and there are many districts who, for some reason, they don't have that because they're short on people, and sometimes you have to get emergency credentials and but we're very fortunate in our HR department. It works very hard to make sure that our students are getting the very best.
And in science, I'm sure Mr. Garcia can speak to the fact that it's not so easy. You just get a science teacher. I mean, you also have to you cannot have a chemistry teacher teaching biology, for instance. So it gets a bit more complicated, and you have to make sure the person has the expertise in that specific area, which is not always easy, like you're saying.
That's right. That's right. So Trustee Dawson, did I answer? I'm not. Yeah. Trustee Swanson. Carolyn. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And then I have I did read through the report cards, and I have a couple questions that probably just lead to them being like a typo type of thing, but I have like 5 or 6 of them, so I'm just going to go through them with you. So so let's see, the best way for me to do this is what, so that I don't bore everybody.
Can it be written to her perhaps?
Yeah, but you know what? I'd love for it to be on the public record. So I'll just say it quickly, and then I'll note where they are. And then if you guys have questions, you could email me later to follow up.
I can write it for you, Ani.
Okay, thank you. I don't have something to write. Okay.
Well, you can review the recording too. That's the great thing about these recordings.
We don't want her to have to do that, so let me write it.
Okay, that's what they're for, but okay. So for example, I was looking at the Robert Down Elementary report card about the facilities conditions. And this, like you were saying, is the last school year. So the rating that was given to the playground and was a rating of good. But I know that playground needs replacement because we just had that item. And, as a trustee, we only get like this narrow window of information at board meetings. So that's why I always pour over these packets and I'm like, okay, this is all the information. And I want to make sure that it's all cohesive and makes sense. So that one stood out to me. So can you speak to why the playground was marked as good when actually it's at the end of its life and it needs replacement?
What page are you on?
5 of 21 of the Robert Down SARC.
Okay.
Well, that would be, that's a question I am not able to answer because that would be Director Kelly.
Yeah.
He is responsible for completing this portion of the SARCs for all school sites.
Okay, so maybe what you, more importantly, I just maybe take a look at it, and if the X needs to be moved, then move it, because I don't really need an answer on that one tonight. I'm confident that you guys will review it after I mentioned it. So the other one comes on the PG High School SARC. It's page 17 of 24, and it lines out how many suspensions happened. But down below the table that would delineate which student group those suspensions took place in. In other words, what gender or ethnicity or race or et cetera, the kids who are getting suspended were in. It's not filled out. And Ani, is that something you said is coming later? That's page 17.
That could be, you know what, that could be coming later. Like I said, you know, it's funny, we got all of this data populated by the state on the weekend.
Wow.
This last week, yes.
Okay.
So I will, you know what, I will find out about that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, then I have a critique, a gentle but firm critique of the PG Community High School, page 15 of 20. There's a school safety plan mentioned, and I laid all these out. So I was kind of comparing all the sites too, which was interesting because you could tell the different personalities of the people who were filling them out. Like some people were really detailed and other people just copy and pasted, and the information wasn't quite relevant, but anyways, I digress. So the goals, the safety goals in the safety plan, again, on page 15 for community high, they're not measurable for the safety goals. Like one of them is just coordinate safety procedures and plans with all organizations utilizing the campus. In other SARCs, they are measurable, and I would love to see that same standard applied to this report card for community high.
Okay, okay, so, all right.
I'm writing it down. I got it.
Okay, and then my last two, they're quick. Let's see, this is for PG High School, page 20. The school site expenditures per pupil says it's $109,772,000. I'm sure it's just a typo and it's probably supposed to be 10,997. So that one just needs to be fixed. And then I do have a question about on page 19 for the same report card for the high school. It says pupils to academic counselor ratio is 725.5. I think that's a typo because we only have we have less than 600 kids at that school. So I'm curious what that actual ratio is. So if that information could come back to the board, maybe just shoot an email that says, hey, it's actually supposed to be 350, that would be great.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Dr. Rivera.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, and finally, Trustee Paff.
So Ralph, on a couple of these, we note that we have in the conditions, good, fair, poor. There's let's see, the high school, Forest Grove had one, I believe, fair. Robert Down has a couple that are poor. Are we addressing those, generally speaking?
I would need to
for the
check. I would need to check with Director Kelly. I'm going to assume that yes, they are.
Some of them have comments, and then some of them are known, and we know they're fixing them. So
and because of the timing of it, it may be that some of those have already been addressed. But
okay.
yes.
Yeah, take a look. Let us know, I guess, is what I'd ask. So thank you.
Okay, we're now open for public comment, please. Seeing none, I move that we accept the school accountability report cards.
Second.
Okay, the motion was made by Christy Dawson and seconded by Dr. Frank Rivera. We'll take a vote, please.
Trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Rivera,
Aye.
trustee Path,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
The motion is 5-0. I noticed that we have about 2 minutes and we've not even completed our action discussion. So we need to extend the meeting. Trustee Path, you're so good at this. What's your gut?
Well, I don't know. I haven't gone through this, but you have 6 items, and so, assume that you have 7 or 8 minutes each, 45 minutes.
Okay, so we would move, ignoring the groans from the
You
audience.
don't have to stay here then.
No, don't worry. Well, we can always go faster than that. Perhaps if the questions are not quite as involved, which we can pray for. So, do we have a motion?
Like to move to
Please.
I would like to move to extend the meeting to 10:47 p.m.
10, I love that. Do I hear a
Second.
second? Okay, we have a motion to extend by trustee Brian Swanson and seconded by Dr. Rivera. So may we have a roll call vote on this?
Trustee Dawson,
Oh, heck yes.
trustee Rivera,
Aye.
trustee Path,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
So for those of us who are strong enough, we will be here until 10:47, if not sooner. Here we go. Next, H, board calendar, future meetings.
Thank you, Madam President. There are no changes to the presented board calendar of future meetings, so there's no action required unless a member of the public or the board would like to make recommendations.
Not me.
No comment, nothing? Mr. and Ms. Swanson?
Careful.
I said Ms., I know, and yes, Swanson's?
No additions from trustee Brian Swanson.
And we are not related, and I don't have any comment either.
Oh
besides
my
that.
gosh, it's a record. We're moving so quickly. So any public comment? Seeing none, let's have a roll call vote.
No action is required.
No action. Okay.
No change.
Because there's no change, of course. Now we'll move on to information discussion. And we'll begin with a review of July through November property tax revenues and overall tax projections for 2021 through 2022 and preliminary projections for 22/23. And I think we'll be hearing from Song.
Thank you, President Dawson. Songchin Bendip, Assistant Superintendent for Business Services. Given the time that I have, I think I have 2 more hours, but I only have 10:57. So I'll try to pair this out. Okay. This is a property tax. This is, typically around this time of the year, we would take a look at not just current year's property tax receipts, any amount that we have received since July of this current year. And also we take a look at next year's as well. And this is, we also worked in conjunction with the assessor's office to get a read of what they think is going to be the projected rate of increase for next year. Now the rate for next year, I've been sharing with the board and the public since the first interim. Actually, before that was a budget revision, updated first interim, and also we'll continue the discussion at the second interim. But for this year, if you look at page 187, I did a summary just showing the actual receipts in July. Typically July and August, we have, we will not receive anything. But September, it was actually less than projection by 27,789. And then there are no recorded receipts in October. However, in November, there is a swing, meaning the actual receipts came in higher than projection. projected estimates of by 270,209. And of course, the question is, I'm going to talk about the summary and then I'll come back to this chart that I'm showing right now. Now, this year is, not just this year. Looking at the last, I would say 3 or 4 years, because of the pandemic, kind of threw the pattern out, is in terms of consistency. This year, we show that we are receiving more for the month of November, but last year it was the opposite. So the question is whether this increase will sustain, will not be reversed in October. So when we look at October receipts in January, it was before, it was after the publication of this item. The actual receipts for December came in actually to more or less as projections, what we have reported, projected receipts for December. So the answer to the question is whether the November receipt, looks like it will stay this increase. And of course, like I say, last year it was unpredictable, the pattern, and then the year before also. We can't say whether this receipts will be reversed in February and especially April, but let's hope not. But all we can do is just to track the pattern, the actual receipts. So real quickly, I'm just going here for the chart. This shows the month by month for the whole year, all the way up to June. So we have actual receipts up. The second column is show estimates and actuals, meaning since July, there's nothing for July and August, September, October, and November. And you can see here, those are actual receipts. But the rest of the year here, the months, they're actually estimates, meaning this column here is combination of actuals and estimates. Now, if we see that, especially by April, if the actual receipt came into here, 10,349,11 or close to that, we'll adjust the rate of the 3.12. The total 3.12% is still the same amount. We have not changed the total for the year. We haven't changed yet, even though the November receipts came in higher, again, because we'll have to see the next few months. So this is a real quick synopsis of what property tax revenues for current and the next budget year. Any questions?
Okay, we'll go ahead. Trustee Paff.
Song, just to be absolutely clear to me, we do not have actuals for December, is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And we get those when in the month of January?
We got it actually, today is the 20th. We got it 2 days ago. What I say, we got it in January, but we got it after the publication of this board item. So we got the December receipts. It came in pretty close. It was not lower. It's pretty close. Out of this $16 million is, I want to say, probably about a little bit over $60,000. So I would say probably we can say it's very close to projected number here.
Thank you, Song.
Sure.
Okay, Trustee Rivera.
No questions, thank you.
Trustee Carolyn.
Yeah, thanks. Song, I don't have any questions, and I just want to point out that the reason I don't is because you put together a really clear cover sheet for these items. And so any member of the public who maybe watches a presentation and is like, wants maybe a boiling down of this, the packet has this information in the as the cover sheet, and it's so succinct that, and it's just numbers coming at us and understanding where we are at with our property taxes. So thank you. I really I'm not just saying that like an arbitrary thank you to staff. I'm saying thank you to you, Song, because you take your time to make these cover sheets and it makes information really digestible. I think that's great for the trustees, but it's also great for the public. So thank you for your effort on that.
Trustee Brian?
No specific questions, no even like really broad and rambling questions. I do actually enjoy looking at all these tables. They're fascinating. And so for the public's information and for my own information and personal enjoyment, thank you for putting these together.
And I'll be as succinct as your information song. Ditto. All right.
Thank you
so much. It was wonderful. We appreciate it very, very much. All right. Next, we'll move on. A public comment. Beth Shamas, please share.
Quickly. The one thing I love about this presentation is the property tax history song. Thank you. On page 190. Now that's something that is so valuable for the public to see. And it just can give you, I hope, a sense of reassurance that we're okay. And the thing it makes me think of is one of the teachers mentioned something about having, emphasizing that they are not bargaining for the next year, they're bargaining for this year. And, it is very helpful to have at least a 2-year contract, 3-year contract, and these are the numbers that can help you with that. The only thing that's not on here, of course, there's your medical. Those costs are probably volatile, harder to figure out. But anyway, this is such good information. It should be very public, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Do you work out how much it is? The average? It's 4.9%. With the standard deviation is very big. So it can be very frightening actually with negative numbers in it. It's 4.9 over this whole history, in case you wanted to know.
All righty then. Yes.
If I may, just to make a reflection on
Please,
that comment.
Dr. Porras.
Thank you, Beth, for your comments. We actually do have this information published. It's published in the district budget book, which is published on the website. We've had this in place for several years, and that item is actually listed there. It's available to the public at any time, along with other great tidbits. So I would encourage the public to go to the business documents portion of the website, can download that district budget book, and it has an array of information available. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, next, we're going to move on to the review of district enrollment for projections of 22-23.
Thank you. Let me see.
Somebody's phone.
Why is it not sharing? Okay, just share the screen here. Okay, I just real quickly, I know given time, I just want to make 30 seconds comment about the trustees' appreciation of the documents. And I think I will share with my colleagues who will put a lot of time into the board documents, just so that knowing the agenda like this tonight is very heavy for the board and the public to have adequate information on every board item. So just so you know that we appreciate what you put in the board documents. So that helps. So that when, time constraint like this, while I'm rambling on, that at least the information is adequately contained in the board cover. So with that, I'm going to go into the next item about enrollment. This is also typically around this time of the year for many reasons. Knowing that we are basically a school district, we do not really rely on ADA or enrollment, but still we need this information for class sizes, for staffing, and also allocation, because site allocations that we talk about is around this time of the year we're going to start putting our building blocks, which includes giving per pupil allocation when we meet with principals in March. which is right around the corner. So with that, is it good enough? The sizes, can you see it well? It's in the board packet as well.
Yes.
It's on page 191, although I know the numbering has to be changed somewhat, I think.
Yeah, I think they start on 193, 190, yeah, 193.
Okay.
Is where their tables really start.
Okay, so somebody said my desktop screen is showing. I cannot move this. I'm
The
just trying
enrollment
my
sequence is on 194.
Yes.
Okay, so right here. Okay, so if you look at that, I'm going to just talk about the summary page, which is you have it also the detail, the current year. You have many pages in the board packet. We have included enrollment for current year that shows the class sizes by teacher and by grade level. I'm not going to go over that tonight, but I'm going to just focus on talking about the actual CBETs that we have this year and also projection for next year, which is critical for us. So we talked about earlier how the pandemic's really getting a lot of uncertainty, a lot of fluid issues, and which includes, of course, predicting, forecasting our enrollment for next year. So the best that we can do right now, what we did, for example, TK, this is only TK class size, TK for school district is at Forest Grove. We do not know, just be honest with you. We don't know whether it's going to be 22. What we did is we took our best guess. We took an average of the last 2 years, the current year, 18, and the 2 years prior before the pandemic, 25, and take an average. Now, what we know what we'll do is we're going to closely monitoring this number. Throughout, we're going to start the process very soon, and throughout the spring, we'll probably look at almost on at least on a weekly basis, if not on a daily basis. So this is where we are right now. Same thing with the K. We'll look at it. This is just a first shot at the projecting to look into next year, but we're going to start conversations with the directors, like Director Martinez, where we'll look at the number of students, look at all the programs we have, how many students school age for appropriate for K. We'll look at this number. The other grade levels, even that we based on core survival, meaning, for example, this second grade 61 is actually survived by the prior first grades of current year. We don't know whether 61 for sure will show up, right? If you look at the last few years, it's really not a predictable pattern, especially current year. When I'm thinking about last year, meaning my mind was already going to 22, 23. The same story goes to every school. If you go down for Robert Down, same thing. But in terms of totality for Robert Down, you can see it's not a big deviation. Total 429 projected, 433. But on a grade level by grade level, we're going to have to look at very, very closely, throughout the year, especially going to spring. The high school is just very simple. The ninth grade is actually coming from the 8th grade level. The 126 is already a smaller class size. Current year, 126. If you look at the year before was 181 and 2 years ago was 140. Is there ebbs and flows in here? I can see 2 years ago 140, but 3 years ago 167. Nonetheless, you can see that overall students actually declining. This is where we are. The total is just coincidentally 1824, same as current year's actual CBETS number. But if you look at grade level by grade level, school by school, is actually the vary. But again, this is just a startup conversation. We'll start the monitoring process and we'll apprise the board accordingly. Any questions?
Okay, we'll go ahead and start. Trustee Carolyn?
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Trustee Brian?
I don't have a question. I mean, I think you see the overall decline. It's very interesting to look at the peak, although it varies from year to year. the slightly at least at each site compared to where they are now, and it's like I'm probably doing my math a little bit wrong, but we're seeing like between a 13 or 11% and like 23% decline depending upon how you do the math. So that's all. It's interesting, worth talking about.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Frank?
Real quick general question. I know that Forest Grove and Robert Down feed into the middle school. It's interesting that the middle school is roughly the same size as Forest Grove and Robert Down. Is that just because like maybe the military community?
Number of years. You're only 6, 7, and 8 versus TK through 5.
Cool. Thank you. That works.
Yeah, that all makes sense, huh?
I feel silly for asking now.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Dr. Rivetta, we also see there's a little bit of a decline with some parents at that middle school years opt for some other options that might be available in the county for their students, for charters or privates. We see some of that kind of shift happen at that time too. And there are years where we've seen some pretty, to use Beth Shamas's term, volatile scenarios where we will lose a lot of enrollment or gain a lot of enrollment. Oftentimes it happens right at that middle school. It's just a tumultuous time. So, yeah.
Trustee Paff?
Ralph, since you've been here, what was the low? I want to say it was 2007, right? When you started, right? 1,600 and change?
Yeah, the overall enrollment, you mean? Yes. Yeah, it was pretty low. I think, Beth, you'd remember, that was about that number, wasn't it? Yeah, we were at a really low at the high school. Yeah, yeah.
Right there. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We're staffed pretty much a little bit higher than we were.
Yes.
In 17, 18, and we have 10% fewer children. And by staff, I don't mean just teachers, I mean across.
Yep.
Fortunately, we're not ADA, or we'd really be chewing on the dog bone there, but no, thank you, Song, for the information.
President Dawson, can I make a comment about ADA's? Trustee Paff brought up a good point.
Absolutely.
I know this item is more about enrollment, actually the number of actual physical pupils on campus, but I think is time to talk about ADA attendance for this year, 21-22, a 17% drop. I know we talk a lot about how, the parents, staff being very diligent. If a student is exposed or in the family or is ill, they're not coming to school. Of course, correspondingly, our ADA is really declined. We dropped by almost 322 ADAs. Last year, for example, with 1,800. This is just information related to enrollment. It's not part of the enrollment packet, but it's ADAs related. So it's just, I think it's worth mentioning. We at P1, the first period as of December, we're down to almost only a little bit over 1,500. So like President Paff said, luckily we're not LCF school district, but it still does impact our funding sources like one-time funds or lottery. So, enrollment is down, as you can see, projected enrollments is in the 1,800. But ADA is even worse, it's declining even more. So anyway, appreciate the time for me to make this additional comment.
Of course, and anything for clarification with that. And I think it is something very important for us to note as we try to appreciate the teachers' need for raises with COLA and other things, that we are heavy in some parts with staff with declining enrollment. It's just important for us to stay aware of that. Thank you so much. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move ahead now, please, to California Pre-Kindergarten Planning and Implementation Grant Program.
Thank you. Going to the third item about information. This is the governor's proposal. Given that it's a proposal, of course, a lot has to be worked out between the other lawmakers, especially the legislature and the governor. But this item seems to be very solid. And this is what we call UPK, Universal Pre-Kindergarten Implementation. And this is one of the hallmarks of the governor. When he became governor, he wanted to always to focus on UPK. And this is the year that, especially for him, with a surplus at a state level, he has the money to really put this program into fruition. This is the first of the year, 2022-23, to start the first of the actually 4-year program. So I would not go into detail. It's pretty much 2 months earlier for pre-K school age students. And the first year is 22-23 with full implementation by 25-26. And then this is part of the board packet, and the public and the board can see that with all the details. The class size in a ratio is 1:12, 2 adults in the class, but no higher than 24 students in the class. Let's see, in terms of dollars, today I had the CBO meeting, the county CBO meeting. This is one of the items we're zeroing in on, whether there's money, not just, of course, the governor proposed money for Prop 98, which means LCFS school districts. What about basic aid? And it's still in the discussion, but it doesn't look like there's going to be money staffing for basic aid school districts. Let's say we have to hire more teachers, more staff because of the class sizes of this program. It's not in the works. There's implementation money, one-time funds for us in part of the board cover. I did mention that it's $116,607, but that's one time that we can use for like planning costs, hiring, recruitment costs, staffing, training, professional development, classroom materials and supplies, but nothing for FTEs, not for basic aid school districts. This is a plan that must be presented to the board at a public meeting on or before June 30th. And this is in terms of timeline. Let's see what else. I will not go into the, all the details. So our focus is going to be, we're going to have a committee. We're going to convene a committee starting the 20, I think it's next Friday, the 28th. So we're going to have a group of folks, employees to start the process. Before this, we have already started gathering information, putting template to focus on all these different areas that we've highlighted here. Of course, the first step, we have to look at need assessment. We need to look at enrollment, how many kids that we expect or we think we're going to have. And then, of course, physical location, facilities, services, and operations. And also partnerships, because this program is not just about UPK, but it's also about partnership, because the state would expect, is it in here? Let me see, just want to make sure, because this is a material that when the governor first rolled out. So as time progresses, we have more information. This is a little bit raw. So some of the language that will be added in a trailer bill or the governor has added is not in the first version that we have here. So this is a program that the governor already has a vision for LEAs to partner with other entities, not just school district, but also could be Head Start programs, could be any other, could be the county offices. So there are the partnerships that we have to look into as well. It's not a lot of money for PGUSD. It's only the implementation is one-time money, and the rest we have to look into how we're going to fit into this program into for next year. Staffing, facilities, and also any other costs, operational costs related to this program. So with that, I'm going to end this and ask for questions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of questions about this. This is at best a loose framework that says the state is giving us some money. The state is strike that, not giving us particularly any money, but saying that we'll have universal pre-K. So without trying to get into 25 different items, Ralph, do we have a site or sites set? Do we have we even started that planning? Or are
We're right now, we're obviously in terms of the first rollout would still probably be able to maintain at Forest Grove Elementary.
Okay.
After that, we need to take a look at what the enrollment really does. We think this next year will be doable. The year after, we're going to need to start considering greater moves, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And I think we have discussed in the past with the board of moving our early childhood education programs to the adult school campus. And that would include preschools as well as potentially this program. Board has time to discuss that and make those decisions.
And that led directly into my next question. I'm just going to stop at two, which is rollout here and information out to parents, and how does that go to say, look, this program is going to be available. It's been mandated and we expect it. And you can now work for, bring your child in, et cetera, and move that forward.
We wanted to bring this to the board first. We still need to shake out some details. We're already looking at a small committee to try to figure out how this is going to play out, mostly by staff at this point, just because it's logistical. Once we're able to hammer out and make sure we've got everything buttoned up, how we think the governor's expecting this to happen, then we can get the communication lines rolling out. That is not intended to take a long time, but we just don't want to deliver inaccurate information.
No, I kind of get that. Actually, and that brings a third question: is how set in stone do you think this is? We're a January revise, so.
Oh, I think it's pretty solid.
Pretty solid?
They've been after this for quite a long time. So I think the fact that the governor's already moving to some other key initiatives is a pretty good indication that this one's in the books. But we'll see. I mean, again,
it's so wide open. Again, I think there's 25 other questions in that, but thanks for the information.
Thanks for not doing the other 22
No,
tonight.
It's just not.
We'll just hold
it's
on
not
to
all
those.
fleshed out, that's for sure.
Okay, we'll hold on to those. Dr. Frank?
I really support this, and I'm excited about it that we're bringing it to our community. I'm also very nervous that we're only going to be given startup costs.
Yes.
That's all.
And
for the planning, of course.
yeah. And staffing, I mean, when you're thinking about it, finding the number of qualified people to do this, it'll be obviously a huge endeavor. But what a nice thing for our kids to have that kind of foundation. And I think educationally in a universal, we're going to look a lot better than we've been looking.
As far as the staffing goes, if it doesn't change, the benefit is that the staffing is like 12 to 1. I'm sorry, the exact number escapes me, but it's adults. So it's not just a staff could include a paraprofessional who's trained, an instructional aide who's trained to work with students. That would help offset the ratio. So it doesn't need to be 2 certificated teachers to fulfill that ratio. That's going to be very helpful for us.
Good.
And the AMPM program will probably be helpful for us as well.
Okay, good to know. Trustee Brian?
Nothing that hasn't already been asked or commented on right now. It's great that we have it. How we sustain it is still seems to be a bit of anybody's guess, and a lot of details that we still need to dig into. So no, that's it for the moment. Thank you.
Trustee Carolyn?
I think this is just another example of how we need to start cultivating a database of our community members, because TK could be for families who are not already in our school system. And so we've seen tonight about how the districting didn't go out to the community. Here's another example of how we're going to need to really kind of cultivate that database. So just for me, another push to work on that goal for our district. And that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Any public comments at this point? Barbara Martinez.
Hi, everybody. Let me see if I can get you so you can see me. Hi, everybody. This is pretty exciting. It's all coming to fruition. I just wanted to just, for clarity's sake, just understand for the people and for the board that UPK is almost like the umbrella, right? So it's not just universal TK at the elementary sites. So really UPK is being brought down by the state to really offer parents a choice, right? It's about multiple access to whatever the parent's choice is. So for example, we polled all of our parents and all of our preschools and our childcare and in the state preschool, and we know where parents are going to be going next year in those entities. We have parents who really might want to choose to stay in our childcare, right? Who are four years old. They might want to stay in that location. And there are some that are going to stay in state preschool, and there are some that are going to stay in our parent education co-op programs. So there really is a choice. Whether or not the universal TKs are going to go half day or full day is to be determined by the LEA, and how we support them with before and after school care is going to be one of the things that we'll be discussing in our committee. But really, it's an exciting time. There's a lot of state meetings going on, a lot of information coming out. So we really look forward to bringing this information to you as it rolls out, and making sure that our kids have access to early childhood education. In speaking of partnerships that Song was talking about, one of the conversations that is coming up is really the integration and inclusion between state preschool and UPK, right? So making sure that we are integrating all of our programs to meet the needs of all of our students. So I just wanted to add that information. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. It really helps us kind of envision the possibilities as we move forward. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none at this time, we'll move forward, please, to the review of the governor's budget proposal for 2022 through 2023.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the last of my item. This is the governor's an overview of the governor's proposed budget. The governor unveiled his proposal for 22-23 on January 10. And this is because of surplus and is very, I think, very broad proposals for the next school year. Because the funding is there, and he has the ability to, really want to do a lot of these things that he has not been able to do in the past. So let's go through some of the highlights. Let's see. The governor, obviously, as we all know, he has always wanted to, since 2 years ago with the pandemic, he wanted to expand testing capacity and vaccination efforts. Earlier, when we talk about whether it's going to be a mandate of school, we don't know yet, but at least the funding, that's he has proposed $2 billion to increase the state capacity in this area. Let's see. The next thing, well, before we go into some of the segments of his proposals, the governor's unfortunately has not put in a lot of one-time funds, even though we were at $45.6 billion. He has, other than LCFF with a proposed COLA of 5.33%, he has not allocated anything for other, like the old categorical programs. Primarily the Sturz and Purse, as you can see, he has not offered a dime to help LEAs in that area that would help us, especially as being a basic school district. We talk about the $45.7 billion is really on all areas of 3 primary areas, corporate tax, personal income tax, and sales tax. All 3 areas show really a big gain since last year. We talked about TK earlier. This is probably the major cornerstone of his proposals. Like Dr. Porras says, seems it's pretty solid. the legislature will back his proposal. And this is probably very likely it's going to be in the final budget item, as part of the final budget item. LCFF COLA and ADA, the COLA is 5.33%. But in terms of ADA and COLA, this is the 5.33%. Now the ADA, as we all know, we talked about earlier, we touched on it, that we dropped over 300 ADAs in 17%. And that's this phenomenon experienced by all the school districts in the state of California. Not many school districts experience a growth. So for those school districts rely on ADA money, it's really disastrous. So per law, the state law, where school districts, LCFF school districts, they get to have the higher of the prior 2 years ADA, but that 2 years is gone. It's already expired from this current year, meaning 21-22 school districts, they can get to have the money of 1920 or 2021, but that year is already gone. So now they're banking on this current year, and the current year ADA and enrollment of most school districts is really bad. So the governor has a proposal to use the average of the last three years. But now there are more trailer bills, there are more proposals coming in as well. So that will help school districts, LCFF school districts. Independent study is governor has not wavered from any other programs other than the current IS program. And if anything else, he doubled down on it. Is actually is more stringent, more more requirements in terms of if school districts want to count the ADA and get also their academic instructional minutes for students and from the schools, they have to really follow this independent study program that is put in place, is actually expanded by his proposal for next year. Special ed is probably one of the, if not the area that us will experience if this final budget comes into fruition, that will get some increase of funding via the SELPA. And because the governor put in a COLA of 5.33%, which for years has been flat. Last year and then this year is probably the highest in terms of how much increase over a year-to-year funding special ed program. So we'll see a 5.33 COLA going to the SELPA, and they will divvy up among all the school districts within the SELPA. So how that helps is that general fund has been contributing to our special ed program like every other school district, and for us is no different. So we will hopefully will have a lower contribution from a general fund. And of course, the offset of that is special ed has a requirement, is mandated by the federal law, is called maintenance of effort, MOE, meaning you have to spend the same number of services or the same amount of money as prior year, with 4 exceptions, one of which if the student exits the program. So if we don't have that, we must spend the same amount. So how do we balance that with increased amount from a state while still maintaining MOE is a question that we're still working on. It's one of the topics that we talked about today too at our CBO meeting. University TK, which we talked about already, the UPK. Early childhood education, Director Martinez and I have already been talking about this, and as we have convening this group to meet next Friday, it's one of the items that we're going to talk about as well. This UPK is actually covering the many other subsets or other sub-programs within the umbrella. So early childhood education is one of those. State preschool is another one. Expanded learning opportunities is another program. Potentially grant funding is not our current ELO. We have what we call expanded learning opportunity grant fund. Right now, there's another one in addition to the current one. Is called ELO program. Is not the same as a current ELO. The funds can be used to hire literacy tutors and also for enrichment activities. So we'll see more specifics as time progresses. career and college and career pathways. I see this, Mr. Steinbach is here, and he oversees this program at the high school. And we see that this, the governor also is going to provide funding for this in addition to the COLA, which helps a lot, because in the past, it's not just flat, but also if you recall 2 years ago, we actually received less than what we expected. And we had to really cut or manage our services within this program. So hopefully this will really give us more opportunities to expand the program. Facilities is one area that governor is actually has money to expand for new construction, but not just new construction, but also modernization projects. Now, because of our geo bond that we have with Measure D, it's mostly for repairs, for maintenance, but we'll always try to optimize, see whether any of the programs will qualify for us to apply for reconstruction, modernization projects money. So anything, help us to match our funding or to help us, with more projects, we'll certainly look into that. Universal meals program in nutrition. This is another one of the things in addition to UPK is what the governor really wants to protect, not just protect, but also to ensure this is carried on into the out years. For sure, it's going to be 22, 23, and very likely it's going to carry on at least a few years beyond this, meaning that he wants to make sure there's this 2 free meals per day for students, independent of their status, whether they're free reduced program or not. All the students will be qualified, will be allowed to have free breakfast and lunch. You know that we have it this year, but for sure it's going to be next year, and very likely it's going to be in the next 1 or 2 years beyond that. Transportation. This is unfortunately transportation is mostly for concentration grants in the form of areas where they're servicing unduplicated pupils, meaning they're free and reduced or low income students or low income families. Let's see in here. The rest I'll just scroll through this. This is I do not mean to end with a not positive note, but that's what it is from the governor. There's no funding to help school districts retirements or pension costs. No STIRS, no PERS, but the state does pay down its own share of the STIRS and PERS. He has a surplus, he's going to pay that down, but nothing to help LEAs. This is one of the major areas that we as a district can benefit. We asked school services that presented at a CBO meeting today, and I brought this question out, and she said, not in the works. Doesn't look like it's not going to be in the final budget either. So with that, I'm going to close. This is part of the board packet so that I can see the audience. Open up for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Brian?
Well, given that we are now officially running over, I don't have any questions that I can't, present to Ralph, and he can bring them to you. Song, thank you for the presentation. And then if I have those questions, I'm sure Ralph will distribute those answers to all the board members.
Is that what we need to do right now, Dr. Porras?
Well,
our time is up.
Our time is up. So if you wish to do that, I can get those distributed to you. Yeah.
Okay.
I do apologize going over the time.
Well, there have been so many questions tonight in our meetings. We keep promising to try to make them shorter. I think we need to really look at the questions asked and try to find ways to not have our meetings drag on for such a long time. I feel for Principal Garcia waiting here to talk about the health class, which I guess we'll put on hold for next time. Okay,
They need to put with apologies.
yeah, very sorry.
We'll get those, try to get that first on the.
First on next time,
information
please.
Discussion. Next
All
time.
right, and Song, you did sum it up quite well, because that stuff with the CalSTRS is I think is beyond heartbreaking. So I think there needs to be a little more discussion about that as we move forward as well. But we need to adjourn this now. Yes, and we'll guess longer next time.
We'll have to address the future agenda items at another time. I suspect.
Yes. Okay. All right. That's it for this evening. We're out and we'll work on less questions and moving a bit more quickly through this. Thank you so much.